Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Cup of Dusk. My name's Roy. Today I'm joined by, it's the most knowledgeable cat this side of VTubing. It's Raelice!
Why, hello, Roy. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for being here, and thank you for asking.
Why, thank you for having me.
Of course,
I don't get to leave my library that much, surprisingly.
Well, you know what? I'm glad that I was able to completely abduct you from your library, and I hope you like your new home.
Wait, what?
Nothing. Anyway.
Wait, hold on.
Huh?
Hold on. No.
What?
Wait, no, what?
Huh?
No, wait, what are the terms and conditions of this?
Well, I'm glad that you signed it already.
I didn't agree to this?
Well, you did sign a contract already, so, like... Welcome to your new home! Guys, welcome to the new stream mascot!
What? Oh, I don't even get it.
Goodness.
I don't even get to be a co-host. I'm just the mascot?
No, you are definitely a co-host. That's why I introduced you.
Okay,
It's so important to me to thank you for being here, just like I thank Anna the Witch for the 4 months of resubscribing. Anna, thank you so much. It's always lovely to see you, whether it's here or it's in Joel's stream. You always bring me a smile to my face, and I appreciate it. But, guys... we have something amazing that we're going to be doing today. I have not done one of these in about a month or so. The last time I had Junk on was the last time that we explored with these. It is Content Clinic Night. Raelice, do you know what Content Clinic means?
Yes, I do, because I had the pleasure of watching a bunch of your past content clinics.
Oh, gosh.
Which makes me... I mean, there were some things that happened during there that maybe I just shouldn't bring up on stream, you know.
Well, hold on. What are you gonna bring up?
Look, I'm just saying there were some moments, you know, maybe with pumpkin potions that, you know, that some things were mentioned. I don't want to draw specifics because honestly, I already forgot about them. I just remember laughing quite a bit.
Oh, perfect. Listen, if it's just laughing, then I have nothing to worry about because clearly I've never said anything sus or, you know, non-say-so in my entire life, so I have nothing to worry about especially.
No. I was here last stream. I know what happened last stream.
Which one? The one last night? Yeah, we just played Apex. I was just playing with Apex.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry, 2 nights ago.
Oh, no.
I remember seeing some outfits. Yeah. You don't get no. You don't get to push that past me. I saw.
Okay.
I've seen things.
How much did you see?
A lot.
I'm sorry that you had to be subjected to that. I know you're more on the say so side. I'm sorry you have to experience me going through both my femboy and my slut arc at the same time. Really
well,
is.
You know what? It's always interesting to see the journey people take, you know?
It's definitely been an interesting journey considering I've been pulling basically an Xbox 360 and going right back to being a little bit on the more lewd side. But more importantly, I have never dropped my care of quality of content. If anything, we just keep getting better and better and better and sometimes more gay. But the more important thing is more better. More gooder.
Yes.
More gooder.
Yes.
Now, Raelice, I did mention that you are here specifically for a content clinic, meaning we're going to be breaking down some tips, tricks, and advice when it comes to not only VTubing, but content creation as a whole. But for those of you that don't know Raelice, why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit of a introduction, tell people about your pedigree.
Alrighty. Well, I am Raelice. Many of you know me as the Lore Cat. Many of you who've known me for a lot longer know me for a lot more VTubing tutorials that I used to do in the day. But these days we tend to, you know, focus on lore quite a bit. I'm a content creator on YouTube. I stream over there. I do everything else over there. And I'm also the developer of VT Chaos, where if you've ever seen people, you know, start doing stuff like this, turning, you know, rainbow. Or, you know, spinning and things like that.
Oh, he's spinning and he's winning.
That's something that I've made. So,
hey.
I've done many things in my time in VTubing.
Well, that is fantastic. Actually, that does remind me, just because I don't want to make assumptions. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Good. Just want to make sure. I feel like I knew that, but always better to be safe. You know what I mean?
It's true. It's true.
Is it rude to request to pet the Lore Cat? You're so cute, I'm dying. I guess that's our first question, if you're okay with, you know, fielding that one.
Well, you know, there's only been one, it's kind of funny.
Oh.
There's actually only one VTuber who can actually claim the honor of directly petting the lore cat because they had a
Oh.
3D model. And they were actually, I guess, over on my stream. So if you can pull it off, yeah, sure, go for it. It's great.
I'm
But
sure I could turn myself
not
like
many people get close
sideways
enough.
and like reach my
Oh, that's
hand, like just the really awkward like stiff bodyboard type petting. That counts, right?
yeah, I mean, technically that
Okay.
counts. As long as the hand makes contact, I think it counts.
Yes, we stay winning out here. We stay winning. But not only do we stay winning when it comes to petting cats, we also stay winning with the amount of questions that we got. Because I would say this is actually one of the streams and one of the preparations for a stream pertaining to the content clinic that we got the most questions for.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say that I've gotten many other questions, and I'm not sure if it's, if it's because of, the pedigree of the illustrious lore cat Raelice himself.
Oh, wow. I mean, when you put it like that.
Listen, I'm a charmer. You've been warned.
I have been warned. I will take that into account.
You were here 2 nights ago. You know what you signed up for now.
Yeah.
Why are you saying like that?
What do you sound like? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sounded disappointed.
I mean, don't. Why am I being put on the spot here?
Because it's easier to put you on the spot than to defend myself from on the spot. Got him.
That's fair enough.
Easy peasy. But speaking of fair enough, why don't we go ahead and dive into tonight's first question. We're going to be taking these directly from Twitter. So if you guys did not have a chance to go through the Twitter thread, maybe check it out at some point. We're going to be answering as many as we can. However, if we get through the Twitter thread and you've still got questions or maybe topical questions that you want Raelice and I to answer, we will do our best. If you need to ask a question, use the highlight message redeem for channel points in chat, and we will do our best to respond when able. Now, first question. First question. It is from Asher A. Cormac. I feel like I've hit a plateau real early on already. I've watched yours and other vids on growing and retaining, and honestly I'm not seeing results. What do you recommend? And someone asked it here already, but in networking with other VTubers, what is the best way to go about it without seeming disingenuous? I see a lot of people get labeled as clout chasers for trying, and with minimal growth, it gets discouraging at times.
Well, that's a great 2-part question.
Very much so.
The first one, the first part is honestly the hardest part that I think every content creator, VTuber, whatever you want to do, has to answer is it's easy to get started doing content creation, and it's really easy to be excited about getting started to do, like, to be VTuber, to do streaming, to do videos, to do whatever you want to do. But you rarely think about why people are coming to your streams or your videos or things like that, which if you're plateauing, that's probably your biggest problem, is you're not considering what type of people you want to attract. Because if you don't know the type of people you want watching you, it's really hard to gather any sort of an audience. Because if you don't know what you're about, you'll get people who will trickle through, but that's why no one's staying, is you don't have a thing.
For sure.
And I mean, just to put some things in context, I was a variety streamer for 9-10 months.
Not the variety
something
streamer.
Like that.
Not the variety streamer, please.
Yes. I mean, I've run the gambit of bad VTubing decisions, so the variety streamer arc was definitely pretty long. But surprise, surprise, as soon as I stopped doing that, because I had a plateau very early on. I was at like 5 viewers. I was just streaming, and I could never seem to get past that. But once I focused my efforts onto, okay, who am I actually trying to get to watch my stuff? And I leaned really heavy into tutorials.
Mm-hmm.
I knew exactly who was coming to streams. It was the people who wanted to learn about VTubing.
Mm-hmm.
And once I knew the people that were coming in, I could focus more on that's where I kind of transformed from the gamer style into the more like educational. That's why I kind of rebranded into Cat Sensei, though that wasn't my decision. That was Jet's decision.
I get that. I definitely get that.
And then, I underwent a similar undertaking when I shifted heavily into lore, as like chances are, if you've heard of me, it's probably because of my lore shenanigans. Like, I know who I'm appealing to.
It's definitely how I found you, through TikTok, doing covers of I think it was either Hololive or Niji Sanji lore that I saw you making like covers of. I think it was when Noctix came out, and I was like, I didn't get to see like any of these. So like I just binge watched them, or like I was like, all right, when's the next one coming out?
Yeah.
No, I think that's good advice, and I definitely echo what you're saying in terms of finding what your audience wants and expects from you. And the best way to do that is by experimenting, because if you are doing constantly the same thing over and over again, and having the same result over and over again, and then wondering why nothing's changing, well, that's your answer. You're doing the same thing. You have to be willing to change things up a little bit and take the criticism of your chat. And chat's criticism comes in the forms of numbers, comes in viewership, subscriptions, following, and things like that. So if people aren't watching your content as much, then maybe that's not what they want from you.
Yep.
But in terms of the other one, in terms of collabs, do you have a certain specific take on it when it comes to collabing with other VTubers or networking, as they put it?
I have a weird take on it.
Hit me. We love weird takes here. We get very weird here.
When I started doing the lore shorts, I experienced a very short but very intense period of rapid growth. Like I went from 2,000 subscribers to 30,000 in a week.
Oh, wow. You're not kidding.
Like it was like 1 to 2 weeks. It was super, super fast. And all of a sudden, I had a bunch of people reach out to me. And I was like,
I had the same thing happen. Literally the same thing.
Yeah. I am a little bit more on the paranoid side. If I haven't talked to you in a very long time and you reach out to me, unless like we were good friends back then, I'm always like, all right, what do you want? Not the best mentality to have, for sure. But that's kind of what happened with me. And this is after about 2 years of VTubing. Because when I started VTubing, I was very collab heavy. I was just trying to collab with literally, if you could breathe, I would try and collab with you.
I get that. Yeah.
And because I feel like that's also a pitfall of a lot of new VTubers. And,
absolutely,
I had a couple bad experiences with that. And then I, did a 180 and said no collabs, period. And then I went through that period of rapid growth where all of a sudden, no one who was interested in me before was all of a sudden interested in me. And I probably accidentally damaged some potential, collabs in the future because I was being paranoid. Which, by the way, is not something I expected to have to deal with. But eventually, I did end up with people that, and admittedly, it's mostly been people who've been reaching out to me. I've reached out to a couple, but to get a genuine collab where you're, having a good time is knowing the person you're reaching out to. And generally, it shouldn't be the first time you talk to them. That's just my personal opinion. If your first interaction with someone is like, hey, come stream with me, it's not the best impression, unless there's a big caveat there, because this is how a few people have approached me, is they know what I'm about, and they provide an idea that, like, in your case, Roy's a great example, to do Content Clinic, you knew that I did this type of stuff.
Yep.
And so you approaching me knowing that I did this, I could tell you knew what I was about, you knew what you were about. And the fact that you had taken the time to know I like doing these is way better than, like, if you just messaged me out of the blue, like, hey, we should collab and do something. I'm like, because that's just, it's as long as you're putting in the effort to try and accommodate the person that you want to work with, and not like you're not just trying to get to them because they're the bigger creator.
For sure.
Like, people can tell pretty easily when you're on the receiving end, when it's someone who has like done their due diligence to figure out like why they want to stream with you or do whatever with you, versus someone who hasn't.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you said it really well when you first started off. You were talking about if we've never talked before and your first message is, hey, we should stream together, that's usually a red flag. But I mean, like, I even felt nervous about reaching out to you, as I do many content creators when I ask them to come to the cafe, because at least in the past, I'm going to say, I think everybody that I've had on this year so far, which I'm pulling up my list just so I'm not lying when I say that, I think every single person that I've had on this year so far is someone that I've known and was already talking to or had worked with previously. And you were kind of the first person that was someone that I reached out to kind of cold turkey, or just in cold, and was like, hey, I know you like doing this type of content. Let's work together. And I've even done that with a couple other VTubers. I'm trying to set up other collabs and things like that. But the idea is sometimes more important than the approach, because if you show that you put in that effort, and this is where I 100% agree with you, if you put in that effort and show an interest in the work that the other person is doing, you'll come off way more genuine, and you won't come off what's the phrase, disingenuous at all, because you took the time to look into them, to see the type of content that they like, and come up with an idea that sounds fun for the two of you. So like, if I reached out to you and I was like, hey, Raelice, do you want to come on my stream and play like Dead by Daylight or something? It doesn't benefit either of us. You know?
Yeah.
That's a little monka giga.
That's like if you're doing stuff like that, you better definitely be a friend at that point. Cause like it's different being like, hey, I know this streamer, you should just come have fun with us on stream, right? Versus like, you're a new person, we're gonna do this very generic thing that requires you to also know not only me but the other people. Because let's just say there were some bad Among Us collabs I've done in the past,
I think it's kind of why I stopped doing Among Us collabs, because there was like a month where I did like, I think like 3 or 4 Among Us collabs in that month, because like it was when Among Us VR came out and Among Us hide and seek mode came out. And I was just like, let me get my friends together. Let's have some fun. Let's do some silly stuff. And I mean, like, you saw the videos that I put out for those. And while I had fun, some of those were definitely, I just wanted an excuse to bring multiple friends together and just have fun. And it wasn't as much about, like, let's put on a great show. It was, let's just have a good time.
Which is totally fine.
Yeah.
But,
I do see
just gotta be very mindful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do see a related question in chat saying, I'm planning a stream show that revolves around bringing in guests in a talk show format of sorts, but I'm fairly new to streaming. Do you think reaching out to others for the first time of this kind of content is overreaching, or is that an edge case?
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. And, don't tell anyone I said this.
Hit us with the scoop. I'm ready.
Streamers are very egotistical and they love to be interviewed. So... you'll get more yeses than nos.
True.
But, that is kind of a thing, though, is like, if you're a smaller creator, honestly, like interviewing people or, bringing them onto that kind of a talk show format, a lot of people will do it just because, I mean, you're basically stroking their ego, and everyone loves that.
For sure. I definitely feel that.
But I would caution against that being your primary form of content if you're much smaller. Because the problem with anything you ever do is the thing that becomes even slightly more popular than anything else you do is what you will forever be known for.
It's very true, and it's very close to home considering what we're doing right now.
In my case, I got really lucky that I got out of the VTubing tutorial sphere, which I didn't want to be known for, before I had my blow up, and then I became known for lore, which I enjoy a lot more, and I'm okay with like that moniker being attached to me. So that's just a small thing to keep in mind when you're doing collab focused things.
Sure.
Because I think that collabing with others often is the easiest trap to set for yourself when you're just starting out.
Very true. Very true. I can speak to that anecdotally, just like I'm sure Isabella Ooze can speak to it anecdotally with the raid. Oh, you
welcome on in, Raiders.
Have you heard my raid intro before?
Oh, I haven't actually.
Strap in. Here we go. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is RoyzOga. Roll that R as always. I'm a buddy barista VTuber specializing in voice acting and housing this cafe called the Company Desk. We're bringing videos YouTubers around the internet with a little improv sketch comedy combined with roleplay, but more importantly, tonight I'm joined by the lore cat himself. It's Raelice.
Howdy, howdy. I don't have a cool raid intro as you do.
I mean, I kind of just make it up as I go. I kind of just make it up as I go.
That's fair.
Izzy, how was your stream? How was Hunt Showdown? I hope you had a fantastic night. Thank you for bringing all these wonderful people over. Guys, for those of you that don't know, I'm joining up with Raelice tonight. Check his name out in the description / title of the stream. Go over to his Twitch page, but then follow him on YouTube and Twitter for more awesome stuff. He creates lore for other VTubers, but today specifically we're doing a bit of a content clinic and answering questions from Twitter and in chat. So if you're interested in participating, use the highlight message channel point redeem. That way we can see it more easily and maybe get to your question. Ah, yes, there we go. I found a word vomit. Word vomit done.
You're much better at word vomit than I am.
It comes with improv, I think. Because when you don't think of the next word that you need to say and you instead just say the first thing that comes to mind, eventually you get used to thinking like that. And you can assume what you need to say next. So it becomes easier to just say right off the top of your head what needs to come next in a sentence.
I'm way more of a scripted individual.
I am too. But eventually it's just like trial by fire, you know? Oh, take care, Izzy. Thank you so much for bringing all these wonderful people over. Get some good rest. We'll talk soon. Would you be a sweetie and come tuck me in? I very much will. Hang tight for me, okay? I'll be there soon. Mwah. But on the topic that we were talking about in terms of bringing on VTubers in terms of sort of interview environment, it's very funny because it's kind of what I got into the habit of. And for me, it was not actually what I planned. I don't know if you knew that at all, that the cafe streams, as they normally are with the improv and comedy that we do, is not how I planned them. And is not the intention that I went into them with, even remotely. Originally, it was supposed to be a way to share interests with other people. So they would come in, tell me about themselves, tell me about like maybe a hobby they do. And then eventually towards the end of it, they would say, hey, this is my favorite food and favorite drink. And I would incorporate it into my love of baking and cooking and try and create that dish. And we would talk about the dish and maybe the significance it had for them. And that was the original idea I had.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And then it moved over into, well, that didn't work out for the first guest. And then I had Prism Splay as my second guest. And Prism kind of opened up my eyes to the glory of doing improv sketch comedy and just rolling with the punches and rolling with the jokes and rolling with the failures. So then you could roll with the successes, because you could turn flubs and mispronouncing things and wrong sentences or wrong phrases into a joke and then roll into the next one. And that's awesome. It's kind of what I rolled into. But in terms of the actual interviewing process, I 100% agree with everything that you said. I think when you're first starting out, connections are a little bit harder to make, and it's harder to kind of show yourself as being someone that is trustworthy, I think is the right phrase, but probably not the best phrase.
And
they're good.
Also, connections you form in the beginning are hilariously flaky.
Yes, they are. Yeah. I am I can attest to that a lot.
I can think of exactly like 2 people that I started near that I could still talk to. And that's like out of dozens.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, I don't even look the same. I don't even sound the same. My octave of like how I speak dropped unintentionally.
Oh.
If you go back and watch Roy from like before the cafe opened, my voice is more like, it's more like up here and like a little bit higher pitched and like excited. And then it just kind of dropped to here naturally, and I don't know why.
Who knows? Who knows?
I have no clue. Hey, good evening, Sigmund. Thank you for being here. You matured? It's not like I wasn't already matured, though. It's not like, oh man, I went through my second puberty. Whew.
Am I collaborating with a Zoomer?
No, you are
Hold
not.
on.
I think I might be older than you. I keep my age a secret, but I'm not a spring chicken in the VTubing scene.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna one second. I'm gonna
Yep.
Hold on, one second. Okay, don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm putting it.
I'm slipping you.
Something. I see you typing. Okay.
Aha!
You're a little bit older than me. You're a little bit older than me.
That's what I thought.
But wait,
don't dare.
So wait, but I'm not that far off from you. Is that surprising to you?
No, actually, that's not that surprising.
God damn it.
Well, I mean that in a good way.
Okay. I went through VTuber puberty. There we go. That's what it is. V-puberty, the next product from VShojo.
But I've found out that the VTubing community that I've tended to interact with more are relatively close to my. I think you just kind of end up with people around your same age, regardless of what you're doing in life.
Yep.
Because when I first started off, like, I feel like I'm not super young, but I was interacting with a lot of young people, and then like over time, just like I shifted into the age range that I'm in, and I'm like, huh, how'd that happen?
It is kind of funny how it happens. You're like naturally drawn to people like that.
Yeah.
Just like you're naturally drawn to people that want to create the same type of content or have the same mindset, which leads me back into what we were talking about. Find people that are like-minded of you and that you can share passions and ideas with, because the more you step outside of your own quote-unquote comfort zone, which is good for ideas for creating content, but in terms of collaborating with other people, that's when things start getting a little awkward, and that's when it can start to feel disingenuous. That instead of looking for a content reason to work with somebody, you're looking for a numbers reason to work with somebody, and that's not the best thing. So, good question follow up as well. I think that was a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Let us move on to our next one, unless you have something else that you would like to add.
No, I think I'm pretty good on that one.
Okay, fantastic. All right, next we've got Mado says, hello. I've noticed that my CCV during a stream hasn't really risen from around 10, and I want to know if I can get more people to watch me, or how I can get more people to watch me specifically. I promoted my streams and clips on VTuber Discords, the VTuber subreddit, TikTok, Twitter, and on my channel, but nothing has changed.
Okay, I know this person.
Oh, do you? Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
And this is a question. Okay, this is where the cat's bringing out the claws a little bit.
Bring us the claws.
To do this because I'm not on my channel. I can be more brutally honest here.
We like people being brutally honest here, just like we're brutally honestly appreciative of the people that raid in, like Grimvale VT. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're all having a fantastic night. Please continue.
So here's the thing. If you've been doing the same thing for a while and your viewers are not increasing, you're not getting, more CCVs, you're not getting more views, you're not getting, the growth you want to see, generally the harsh reality is you are getting the appropriate amount of viewers for your skill level. And that is a bitter pill to swallow. Like, maybe you're just not as entertaining on stream as you need to be. Maybe your videos, you really should have spent more time editing them. You needed to learn new techniques. Honestly, if you've been doing the same thing for I'd say 2 to 3 months, and you're really not seeing anything change. Like, it doesn't have to be big changes. It's just like, if you're at 10 viewers, at the beginning of day 1, and you're at 11 viewers at the end of month 3, well, something needs to change.
Yeah.
You're like you gotta figure out what with your content is not appealing, because that's not just me being mean. That's, you know, that's people aren't sticking around. You need to figure out why.
Yeah. And like Achievement
And
Goblin said, yeah, CCV means concurrent viewers or average viewer count. People just say CCV as a kind of way to not say average, which
basically just the number of people who are watching you.
Yeah.
And so the honest answer is, if you're stuck, like if you're just hard stuck, which, you know, I've been at when I was doing my variety streaming days, I was stuck behind. There was a very clear wall that I just could not get over. And I completely changed everything about how I did content. And then the wall disappeared. But, you know, a year later, a different wall appeared and I had to change things again.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of my heart right now.
I know, right? But it's the fact of the matter is no one on the internet does, like, you aren't deserving of anyone on the internet's time. Like, they don't owe you their attention. You have to earn it. And if you can't earn it, they're just going to go find someone who can.
Ooh, can I tack onto that real quick?
Go for it.
It also does not matter how long you've been streaming. They still don't owe you that. So if you say, I've been streaming for a year, why am I not partner yet? It doesn't matter. Like Raelice is saying, you have to earn that viewership.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Can I go on a tangent about this?
Yes, please do. We got first tangent.
Okay. This is tangent that I am very, very passionate about. Okay, hold on.
Thanks for
I need to accurately portray.
Hey, well, there you go. Speaking of tangents, thank you for the cup of coffee, Yukio, and welcome to the stream. I saw you waving hello earlier, and thank you so much for being here.
Okay. So here's the tangent. Because I have the lovely, you know, joy of being on VTuber Twitter and just streamer Twitter in general. If you say you've been streaming for 3 years and just broke affiliate, this is the epitome of the wrong mindset to go into streaming. I'm a very impatient cat. I am hyper impatient when it comes to growth, when it comes to improvement, when it comes to all of this stuff. If I ever feel like I'm stuck, I have to change something because I have to keep moving forward. And if you can't do that, maybe viewing streaming as a potential career option is not something you should be doing. That's my harsh hot take for the day. If you're not willing to change and adapt, and you've been doing the same thing for even just 6 months, and you're not willing to change, why are you doing this? This is streaming, and content creation is probably one of the most, if not the most volatile, like, creative pursuit you could do. Like, the landscape changes every couple months.
Yeah.
If you don't change with it, you just get left behind.
It's so funny that you say that too, because I think I mentioned this briefly before we started stream, but I was asking Joel and Giga, more so Giga, because I didn't want to bother Joel, and then Joel yelled at me for not bothering him. But regardless, I also ask these questions because even as a partnered streamer, or someone that has, you know, the viewership range that I have, or someone that's been around the block for a while, because I've been in VTubing for I'm coming up on my 2nd year in a couple months. The field, like Raelice is saying, shifts so often, and it doesn't matter how long you've been in the game. It doesn't matter how many viewers you have. It doesn't matter, you know, whatever. You still have to pay attention to trends. You still have to pay attention to what your audience likes, and you still need to always be looking to improve, because if your content doesn't get better or doesn't shift with the times, then you get left behind. It's just the way it is.
Yep.
Especially in VTubing, I feel like VTubing more so sometimes than facecam streaming, because like the old guard of like live cam streams, you know, like your XQCs, your Tyler ones, like they stay there. But like VTubing, unless you're updating your model maybe like every year, or using VBridger now, or adding interesting ways to interact with your chat, or instead if you're just, you know, sitting there playing Valorant for 8 hours and not speaking, well, that's why you're not growing. It doesn't matter that you've been playing Valorant for a year and that you're top 500 ranked. No one cares. You're not communicating. You're not interacting.
I want to add on to that.
Go for
Even
it.
if you are communicating, I don't care if you're a great interactive streamer. If you're just playing Apex, there's literally thousands of people playing Apex.
True.
And streaming it. Literally thousands. Like, you can't do what everyone else does. That's not a luxury afforded. If you're already at the top, yeah, you get to do that, because guess what? Content creation is unfair like that. If you're already popular, you can get away with a lot more like generic stuff, and you get to reap the benefits because you're at the top. If you're not at the top, you gotta put your head down and get to work.
The phrase I always love hearing is the people at the top are the exception now, not the rule. And it is so hubris induced to assume that you are the exception and not the rule. You have to work smart and hard to make it in VTubing and content creation as a whole. And I did just see somebody ask this. Yes, this VOD will be up on Twitch once it is completed, and then later move to the VOD channel. So if you did miss any questions or you want to go back and check any of them, it will be there for as long as it is possible on Twitch, and then over onto the VOD channel forever. But no, I think you bring up a super valid point, super valid first tangent of all of that, really. And I think it's genuinely a thing. And I looked up just so I could make the joke. We literally learned that the definition of insanity is or was 12 years ago or 10 years ago, 11 years ago, something like that, with Far Cry 3, where the main villain literally is like, do you know what the definition of insanity is? We know what it is. We heard that meme 10 years ago. Insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting the same result. So if you're not changing your content with the times and your CCV is still around 10 and you've been in VTubing since VTubing started, it's like Raelice said, it's kind of a you problem. You gotta learn how to work smarter and not harder.
Here's another. This is a tangent to add on to this tangent.
Second tangent.
Because this is something that I'm currently experiencing, and I think that it's really important to keep in mind that if you do something that works once or even twice or even for like a month, that success will go away.
Yes.
Like, and so like, because I had a massive surge from lore stuff. People aren't as interested in it anymore, probably because I've covered like, you know, good 90% of like the top 100 people.
Yeah.
Good Lord, I've done over 100 videos now.
Oh my God.
You know, the point is like, even in my own content, I've noticed numbers going down. I feel like the content has gotten better, but people just aren't interested in it as much anymore. There's still an audience for it, but when numbers are going down, because I am so driven to make this like my primary job, like I've been thinking and I'm working on new ideas to, you know, course correct. And that's something that is really hard to think about mentally. If you've done something that worked, you're afraid of losing what you have, which is, I feel like, why even that's why big creators get stuck in ruts. That's why small creators get stuck in ruts too. Yep. Like, actually looping this back to the interview question that we got earlier.
Yeah.
This is actually a great example. Is let's say that you get a big VTuber or somebody on your stream for an interview. It's an awesome stream. The next time you go live and it's not with them, your numbers are gone.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be able to mentally deal with that and know why you had the numbers that you did and prepare to like try and keep, you know, a few of the stragglers that were there in the first place to keep coming back and to alter your content, because anything that is successful will eventually, you know, lose its interest over time unless you keep innovating. And that's something that never changes. And I actually feel like that's what a lot of first creators huge problem is they find the one thing that gives them a shred of success, which, you know, might be, let's say now you're averaging 20 viewers and you were at 3, right? That feels like the world of difference to you.
Oh yeah.
You have a community now. But if, you know, your financial situation, what you want to do this like professionally or like as a job, that's not enough. And you might lose the 20 people you got, but you're aiming for the 200 people that you haven't met yet.
Yep.
And that's like, that's a whole other can of worms, but it's all related to this.
Yeah, very much so. And I see
Kyrie
Akita saying the swimmer's body illusion is a real thing, where it's like the exception to the rule and everything like that. And if you think that you can be different being a 3 streamer person or 3 average viewer streamer going to 20 and then keep doing the same thing, that's an illusion. Because even so, even the people that are at the top, at least in terms of VTubing, like look at Iron Mouse, for example. Obviously she's a more of an expensive adventure or investment, because her ways of creating new content is coming up with new stories and new ways to reinvent what it means to be a VTuber by new outfits, new models, new lore, new story, new songs, all the time. And that is her brand. That is her form of content. Is it going to be like that for everybody? No. But even if you look at Iron Mouse, who is arguably like one of the biggest VTubers of all time, you can see that she is constantly doing new stuff. Always trying. You see it with Niji Sanji, you see it with Hololive, you see it with everybody at the top. Everybody always constantly has to be changing and improving, and it's part of the hubris that you think that you can get to that 20 range and, oh great, I got here, now I can just grow from here, because it doesn't. You got to worry about, like you said, Raelice, the 200 people you haven't met yet instead of the 20 you already know.
Which still is scary, you know?
Yeah.
It's, I don't want to undersell just how scary that is, because changing what you're doing is terrifying.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, there's a saying that I kind of like to live by is, if you're scared of making a change, it's probably the change you need to make most.
Yay! They said that in the God of War game recently. There was like, I need to do something. Yeah, in the most recent God of War, it was, there's something I need to do. And the person responded with, are you scared? And they're like, I'm terrified. And they're like, that's how you know you need to do it.
Yep.
And I love that line.
Turns out you usually know what you need to change.
Yep.
It's just too scary to do it.
Yep. Yeah, very much so. And Chi-Chi says you got to learn to go with the flow and be open to change and learning, even in gradual, tiny ways. Yeah. Because not every, and this is something that I saw especially, and this is my first tangent, where I'm going to mention another specific VTuber. Not everybody is going to be Cinder, where, and I use her as an example because, and I'm using air quotes, she blew up out of nowhere. She didn't really, because she was working her ass off preparing to debut, making connections, making content, studying the content field, what she wanted to do, and everything like that. And she busted her ass. But to a lot of people that aren't familiar with that or couldn't see the things that were going on in the background, they see someone out of nowhere go from 0 to, I think she's in the quad digits consistently. And a lot of people go, why am I not doing that? I just debuted too. And it's hard. And she's an exception to the rule, but also because of how much she busted her ass. And she learned things in a gradual way, and you can get there too. Just don't always expect that explosion. It's not going to happen the same.
I'm going to layer onto your tangent.
Let's go!
Because I'll admit, I am not as well connected with the Twitch VTubing community as I used to be. I am entirely YouTube. And the same thing happened with Punkalope,
yep,
who I'm sure many people have heard of. And
had her on here.
To a lesser extent, also Mother V3 is, I think, the newest example.
Oh, I don't know them.
They've grown, you know, quad digit subscribers the last couple months a few times. But like both of these people, Punkalope specifically, because I've looked at a lot more of her content, you know, she was making shorts and stuff for literal years before she blew up on YouTube. And so all of a sudden this rabbit comes out of nowhere, you know, getting 100,000 subs in, it was like 3 weeks or something.
It was something ridiculous. Cause that's a funny thing that I watched it happen. Cause like we were in a shared server and I remember her being like, hey guys, I went from like 6,000 subs to 150,000 subs and I don't know what to do. Can you guys recommend mods or something? And I felt bad that was like the first time we'd like really interacted, was like her asking for help. And I'm like, you're already like meteoric past me. I'll do my best. But like, I felt really bad. I was like, I don't know how to help you.
Yep. But like people will see, but that leads to a different form of VTuber, which is just fun to watch, because then the copycats immediately come out. They saw what worked and they try and just be that person. I'm going to give you guys, you know, another fun fact in life. You will never be a better version of someone by trying to like just emulate them.
True.
You can be inspired by them 100%, but like I've seen people literally try and like beat for beat copy styles of, you know, people I've seen get like a huge rise on TikTok or on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch. And it's like, you can't be the better version of that person. That person will always be better than you at being themselves.
Oh,
Like, you can be inspired by them, but you do have to do your own thing.
I got one back for you. Still on the YouTube side. You pull a Ludwig. As Ludwig always says, you yoink
and twist.
Baby. Yes! Oh, yep. Makes me so happy. Because, like, that's a tangent within a tangent, and then we'll tackle, like, the second part of this question. You can learn content creation tips, tricks, advice, and just general practices from people that aren't VTubers. Because VTubing is just a medium.
A secret.
Good.
That's how my entire lore series started.
There you go! It's that simple.
I literally ripped off a channel named Vader's Fortress
who
was doing this format, but about Star Wars. They're not going to care if I copy their format and do it about VTubers, right? Like, it's since evolved to be completely different, but that's how I started, you know? Like, I looked at a different content niche and was like, huh, I really like this. Can I apply it to what I'm doing? That's like great. You should definitely do that. You know, I shouldn't have started making Star Wars stuff because that would have been like, all right, I'm just copying your homework and, you know, changing a few answers. But, you know, if you're doing it for a different niche completely, they're not going to care. In fact, they'll probably be flattered by it because you're not really competing with them if you're, you know, twisting it enough.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the yoink and twist, especially.
Yep.
But be careful with how much or how little you twist. I will say, while I myself, and this is anecdotal, and then we'll get back into it. While I myself, I believe that I am a different content creator from a certain dog bartender that, you know, yeah, over in Demon District. A lot of other people don't feel the same. But I know for a fact when you sit down and watch both of our content, you get different vibes for them entirely. And it's why Taka and I can razz each other back and forth. It's why we're friends, and I don't know if I would say colleagues, but I would say like friendly acquaintances or friends is the best way to go on that one. But yeah, just be aware. Yep. But the second part of the question that I wanted to at least tackle, that Motto said before we moved on, was the whole like promoting streams and clips on VTuber Discords, VTuber subreddit, TikTok, Twitter, and the fact that I saw them say streams and clips, but they didn't mention any type of transformative content, makes me think of a whole different issue, in that you don't just grow off of like clips anymore. We're past that era. That TikTok era was like 2021 to a little bit into 2022.
You kind of got to succeed from it a little bit if you started it when YouTube Shorts really started picking up.
Yep.
But now, you know, YouTube Shorts are in the same boat as TikTok, really. Yep. It's the same density of things. And so, in my opinion, and this might be my harshest take.
Oh, hit us.
Is if you are not making content specifically for a format, you will never get seen. Like, and what I mean by that is, if you're not making like a custom, like a video that's just supposed to be a video, or, you know, you can branch that out to like a stream with an intent to make a video from it, is very different than a highlight of a fun stream.
Yep.
They are completely different levels of content, and one is infinitely more shareable. And guess what? It's the stream or video that had more planning put into it. And the same is true of shorts. I firmly believe that's the only reason why my shorts were even popular at all, is because I actually had to put in effort to find out all this bull crap.
You had to do research and plan ahead of time? And you just didn't hit go live and expected money and fame?
Like,
that's insane.
The typical amount of time I spend on one short is 5 to 7 hours.
Damn.
Because like that, I mean, that's like including research and all that stuff. But you can't tell me that like I don't have a good production level. if you're just sitting there talking to a camera explaining something versus me who actually puts in the time to like animate some little gags and things like that, I am better than you because I put in more effort. And that's the landscape we live in, is you don't get to be first to many things, right? Like in content creation, there's another motto I live by. You're either first, you're best, or you're like, you just don't exist.
Yeah.
You're last.
I get that.
And so if you weren't the first to do something, you have to be better than everyone. Like you have to be better than your competition.
Yeah.
Or else why would anyone watch you?
Very true. Very true. And that's part of the yoink and twist as well.
Yep.
Because then if you don't twist it, then you're literally just a worse version of the other person.
Yep. And clips are popcorn food that, like, if your current audience will love them, you know, because they know you.
Yeah, absolutely.
New people just don't care. They just don't care at all.
Yeah, it is. It's hard.
Also, this is the final portion of that question.
Sure, hit me.
That I want to hit. And this, I actually made a somewhat controversial decision because I know a lot of VTuber Discords have this. I removed the self promo out of my Discord entirely. It's gone. You're not allowed to do it, period. Because, in my opinion, if your primary audience is other streamers, you are setting yourself up for failure. Because what are other streamers trying to do? They're trying to grow their brand more than they're wanting to watch you.
Yep.
I am a firm believer that advertising in other people's Discords does nothing.
No, I agree.
It does literally nothing.
I agree.
And you could put the effort spent into putting out, like, spreading your content out into making it better and just getting more people to view you that way.
Yep.
Like, stop worrying about advertising yourself to people who are trying to advertise themselves.
Yep.
Just, you know, focus on you. I
agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And I actually hope that somebody asks about this, because you said keep your head down and focus on you. I want to talk about that, but I hope somebody asks the question. So if they don't, I'm writing it down so we can address it later.
Okay.
All right, let's move on from motto. And I did see a few like relative similar questions that I'm kind of like leaning away from, just because we kind of covered them already to death. If you missed something part of this discussion, the VOD will be up immediately available after the stream is done. Or if you really have a burning desire, use the highlight message redeem and we'll do our best to get to it. But let us continue. Next, we have Bolts the Mechanic, who asks, are there any analytics or optics to keep in mind when streaming? Any advice on sharing streamed content on other platforms like YouTube? That is two completely separate questions. Let's start with the first one.
Those are very different questions.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is my personal opinion about looking at numbers during stream. It is mostly a distraction that you can't afford.
Agreed.
Because, and like, even if it's a great stream, even if it's like a bad stream, my opinion towards streams in general are probably a little bit different than like a lot of others. Is I stream to do a thing, and once the thing is over, the stream is done, whether that's 3 hours, whether that's an hour and a half.
True.
I'm focused on whatever the stream is going to be and making that thing the best version of that thing.
Yes.
And that, in my opinion, should be all you should be concerned about while you're streaming. Analyze it to hell and back after it's over.
Yes.
But while you're doing it, like, devote your entire focus to putting on, you know, the best show, best, you know, talk show, best gaming stream, whatever you're doing. Focus entirely on what you're doing and interacting with chat, and then analyze it afterwards. Because if you're trying to put your best foot forward and, you know, the numbers are bad, that's probably an indication you need to try something different. If you didn't think you did very well, but the stream was great afterwards, well, obviously something that you were doing, even though you didn't feel like you did it very well, appealed to people.
Yes.
and you can go back and you can iterate on that idea, but make it better and see if you can, you know, duplicate that success. But looking at numbers during a stream, you have no freaking idea why people are or aren't here.
Yep.
Like, you have no idea what's going on. Like, I'll just use yesterday as an example because I was streaming.
Sure.
Yesterday, I had half my normal viewers. Why? I have no idea. I also don't really sweat about it too much because it's like, oh, who knows? Maybe yesterday was just a weird day and there was something else going on, right?
Yeah.
Like, the day-to-day fluctuations of doing this are crazy, but you can see trend lines. Just look at numbers after you're done.
Yes. And it's funny that you mentioned yesterday specifically, or just days in general. I will always 100% agree with you. Post stream analytics are always more valuable than current stream, because then you can analyze trends not only to days but to content and to specific types of people that you're interacting with and things like that. It's how I found that Friday streams are terrible for me. Friday streams just don't perform well for me consistently. There's so many other content creators out there that have similar audiences that are just, that's them. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just take Friday off the streams and I'll work on other content that other people can find for YouTube and TikTok and Twitter and things like that. But I never went during a Friday and went, man, my numbers suck right now. I should change what I'm doing. Because then it changes me and the mindset that I'm having. And it can make the content worse. So always,
I think it always makes the content worse.
Yeah.
If you change your game plan midstream, no matter what you're going to be doing, it's it's going to be worse.
Oh yeah.
Because any prep you put in is now gone.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
I think people very underestimate the amount of like mental support prepping for a stream can do. And if you're willing to throw that game plan out like on a hat, whatever's coming after is not going to be great. It's just not. It's going to be bad.
Yeah, and then Essie says it as well, all about having that healthy relationship with numbers. Yeah, because Pumpkin Potion and I actually talked about it a lot. You had mentioned you had watched the content clinic with her. We talked about analyzing trends on like a 3-week to a month basis, because sometimes you can't even make educated analysis on a single stream. Sometimes it needs to be multiple, because, you know, hey Raelice, you know, what if there was a big VTuber debut yesterday and that's why your audience wasn't there? Like, you would have no idea, and then bam, you're just assuming that whatever you did yesterday or yesterday's day is just off the menu, and that's not true. It just literally is something big happened, or, you know, people were just busy, or it was just a blip. It was just an asterisk, and people won't know that, or people won't be able to analyze that unless they give it multiple times. You cannot just make judgments based on things like that, and you should never make judgments based on live information. Always wait it for 2 to 3 to 4 separate instances of doing the same experiment.
Yep, because if you make a decision based off of just one stream, I would be talking about Niji Sanji applications literally every time I went live.
True. True. You know.
But, you know, you do have to give it time. Also, never just try an idea once and then call it done. Unless it was like really you yourself weren't feeling it. Because like I've done that before. I set up like a whole AI tournament based off of people's lore. I ran it. It was you know, it was a fun stream, but I really didn't enjoy doing it. And if I'd want to try that idea again later, because even though it like didn't do as well as I wanted it to, like, I know it was a failure, half because of me and half because I think people just didn't know what the hell was going on with it. But if you make a decision based off of one good or bad result, or even 2 or 3, you just don't know. Because honestly, I've personally found it takes a couple months of doing something consistently before people start to actually recognize your new direction.
Yes, 100%.
Or whatever you're doing.
100% agree.
It just takes that long. It just does.
I mean, I can speak anecdotally to that. I opened up the cafe in January of last year, at the end of January. And for all of January and all of February, I did not have nearly the amount of success that I have now. It wasn't until like March, April that things actually started taking off. But that I waited until I could analyze that, because I was like, I put a lot of time and prep into getting everything ready, and then I analyzed a trend. So that's an anecdotal example, but you can still, you know, inference information from that and make better decisions for yourself based on that. So again, to reiterate, don't take live optics. You're never going to find anything good. If anything, it's going to negatively impact you. Just hide your numbers. Always check your statistics afterwards. That way you can make better articulated decisions and have multiple instances of that same data. That way you can make better informed and educated decisions.
Yep.
But the second piece is any advice on sharing streamed content on other platforms like YouTube? I feel like this is... There's two ways I would take this. The first is, I'm assuming they mean sharing, like, VODs, in which I guess you can have a VOD channel and just upload and forget, which is what I do with my VOD channel. I don't put any effort into it aside from the thumbnails. But it's not going to grow. It's a VOD channel. You set it for your audience. It's not for you. It's for people to go back and check your archive. But if you're talking... If you're talking on like the other aspect of you're streaming with the intent of creating content from that stream later, that's great. Because Raelice, you were talking about that before, of putting that effort into planning a stream so that it can be then edited later into clippable, searchable, discoverable content. Like the stuff that we do here, tier lists maybe, date nights, funny encounters with people, skits, anything like that.
I want to make a bold statement here.
Hit me.
If you're not streaming with the intent of, like, if you don't know why you're streaming, like whether that's to make it into a video, if you're not streaming with the intent to make it into clips, you shouldn't be streaming, because streaming in almost every case is like the worst use of your time.
Yeah.
It's such garbage for like getting eyeballs on you. It's absolutely terrible. Everything else you can do with content has a better chance of getting seen than a stream. Almost everything.
Oh yeah.
So you should really only be streaming for specific reasons. If you don't know why you're about to go live, maybe just don't go live and come up with a better content plan.
Ooh.
And that was my solution, because I was streaming 5 to 6 times a week.
I remember we talked about that, yeah.
I cut back to 2 because I'm primarily, don't look at my YouTube for the last month, but I'm primarily a video content creator, and I have other projects that I work on that aren't streaming. I'm streaming is not my primary focus. Like growing my brand, growing my content is, and so if I can use the streams to, make clippable content to post on things, then I will. But for the most part, if I could only have time to stream or make a video, you should make the video every time, 10 out of 10. That's my opinion on like streamable content and sharing it elsewhere. And just to loop back to what we said earlier, if that streamable content isn't anything like new or like super interesting, it's just a waste of time.
Tell us how you really feel, Raelice.
Look, it's just a waste of time.
That was true.
And I see so many people doing it, and it makes me sad, cat.
You guys made the cat cry. Look what you did.
How could you? This is how I feel when I see that.
I agree with you entirely. 100% agree with you. It's why we have the meme of you went live for 8 hours, played Valorant, and didn't talk to chat. Like that wasn't content. You played Valorant for 8 hours.
Which I'm so called out right now. I know I'm calling a lot of people out, but again, this is coming from the perspective of I want to make this into a full-time job.
Yep.
Which means that numbers are something I have to care about a lot. Like, I love my community. I want to build my community. I want to like build the VTubing sphere. I want to do all these other things, but I need to make enough money to support myself while doing that.
True.
Right? Like, so numbers are a inevitable fact of my life that I happen to enjoy chasing.
For sure.
Because I'm an analytics cat.
So
but,
it's actually funny because I know you and I had a conversation before about the having the point to go live. and I agreed with you. So like for the entire month of February, I did, and I'm using air quotes, experimented with all of the streams that I did had purpose, and it worked. Like my analytics went way better. However, now that I'm to that point now, I had that conversation with Giga that I mentioned, and this brings me to a small side tangent that I will immediately drop. I kind of want to do a content clinic now where we talk about numbers for people that are in like the just hitting partners numbers and beyond, because then the game changes. Because once you hit partner, it's almost like things start over. And you have to hit the drawing board to some capacity again and start coming up with new ideas and play the same ball game but differently.
Well, I actually just think that I think that's true of like not even just like partner, but like this happens on TikTok, this happens on YouTube, this happens everywhere. Is you will make a positive change and it will bring you to a new playing field, and then to escape that playing field is just as hard as escaping the first one. Because like I kind of view like, you know, between 0 and 50 viewers, that's kind of like all in the same ballpark. Once you break 50, there's like another big hurdle. Yeah. And it feels like you're starting from 0 again. You have to figure out how to get past this gigantic wall.
For sure.
And you have to keep on doing that every time.
Yes.
You know.
And that is ultimately what the conversation I had with Giga was. Because she had mentioned before as well that she felt it when she was in the range that I'm in now, which is the 80 to 100 range. She was like, after I hit partner, the next hurdle was 80 to 100. And once I got past that, I was stuck at 150. And then she was explaining, I think, when she said she got to 300 to 600, she was like, it didn't matter anymore. Because there's no more hurdles after that. It's just, you're in the ocean. You're not in a river, you're not in a stream, you're not in a pond, you're in the ocean then. Because then it's just, good luck, be a shark. I think that would be interesting to offer advice and talk about content in that regard. Because most of the content clinics I do are for the people that are starting out, that are in the 0 to 10 range. But idea for later's, jotting that down.
Oh, SC brings up something interesting. It depends on what you and your audience enjoys and what you enjoy. Most audiences join because they enjoy your space and vibes. I fundamentally disagree with that statement, but we'll come back to that. And not always what you're streaming. It's good to think of clippable moments to recycle, but you shouldn't stress making every stream like that. You absolutely should make every stream like that. That is my opinion. Because, again, this is coming from my perspective of I am all about building a bigger and bigger community and, like, enhancing it and getting bigger that way. I know I sound like I'm your worst nightmare of a friend talking about analytics like this, but, okay. Man, this is going to be a spicy take.
Essie, cover your ears.
Your audience is always going to be there for you, because if they didn't like you, they wouldn't have stuck around this far. You can't, like, unless you already have a huge audience, fact of the matter is you can't rely on the audience you have.
True.
You have to find out a way to break your own mold to reach a bigger pool of people. We actually kind of covered this a little bit ago. Like, when I swapped from tutorials, a lot of the people who were there for the VTubing educational content dipped. They're gone. I got a massive amount of more of new people who have since stayed for lore. And I'm sure if I swapped again, that would happen again. The people who were just there for lore would leave. And if I found the bigger pool of people that came in, you know, that's what it is. But the issue is, like, you can't just do what you enjoy. That's not, like, you can always find something to do with content that you enjoy. But the fact of the matter is every content creator at some point is going to force themselves to stream, whether they want to or not, because they know they need to. There's so much in life, just in general, that you don't want to do, but you have to do it because you know it's going to get you the result that you do want.
Now I agree with you.
Yeah, like, I understand the sentiment behind that, like behind what your viewers enjoy and what you enjoy. But in order to break the molds, you intrinsically have to do something that you probably won't enjoy at first. Because again, change is scary. People don't like change until they find out that the change was a good one, and then they like it a lot. But that's the thing. It's like, if you stay in that little bubble, you will never be able to get bigger because you have to break the bubble.
Yes.
To figure out what's outside it.
Yes. That is where I 100% agree with you. That you have to, as much as I agree with Essie as well, because I agree with both of you. Enjoying what you're doing is important because if you outright hate it, it's gonna make your content worse.
Yeah.
But like
you do have to enjoy
what you're doing. You have to find a balance, and you have to find a balance of what your audience enjoys too. Because like if you say went from the lore stuff you do now, let's say to covering Star Wars, you would lose your entire audience. Like that'd
be a shift.
Yeah. Like there's breaking the mold and there's completely going against the grain of what your audience likes. So there's bits of what I think both of you are saying that is completely valid for that. I agree with you in terms of breaking the mold consistently is important. It's what we were talking about with constantly getting over new hurdles as you reach them and reinventing your own content to make sure that you can reach, hey, now you're not stuck at 20 viewers, you're at 40. Hey, now you're not at 40, you're at 60. Hey, and then keep going from there. But so that you don't constantly lose who you are. So let's say I made video review content about Power Rangers. I'm not going to suddenly switch into being a professional Apex player because I'll lose everybody, which I did do at one point. I went from speedrunning to VTubing.
You can make a lot of little shifts along the way.
Yes.
Like you can, like even to like going from, VTubers to Star Wars, I could make that transition over a long period of time. If like I started incorporating other things, it wouldn't be a great idea to just completely shift gears, But
shifted to turbo. That's me.
The point is if you have like if you're not able to survive with the current audience you have, the fact of the matter is you have to change. You just have to, because no one ever grows by staying stagnant, especially in content creation. You evolve or you die.
Yeah, it's just literally what it is.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yes.
Kind of a deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I did see one other question that I kind of want to tack on here. I saw physicist saying, do you ever worry that you have to become who you have to become to reach that bigger audience? You won't be yourself anymore. I feel like that's pretty topical because we were talking about constantly breaking the mold. I myself, yes. Anecdotally, yes. I have had about 4 different identity crises in the past year and a half alone. Before I made the cafe, had a huge identity crisis because I went from speedrunning to VTubing and none of my audience stayed. Not that I really expected them to, but I had no idea what I was doing. Then I thought VTubing was about being lewd, made very poor decisions in how I interacted with other content creators, especially in etiquette of asking for collabs. Had another identity crisis there because I thought I was following the mold, was following a negative stereotype. Then I made the cafe, followed that along. Then fell into making lewd humor again because I thought it was the right thing that I wanted for my brand. Felt guilty about hitting partner with it despite the growth and the success of it. Started shying away from it. And now I'm only just starting to come back into it now as Raelice has teased me for 2 days ago stream. But the important thing is you will change as a person. And change, yes, is scary. But you don't need to run away from change. You need to... You're always going to be you, so long as it's not like we was joking about, like me going from VTubing to, all right, well now I'm a faceless streamer playing Apex. So long as it's not that big of a change, you can have these small changes and still be you without worrying about breaking the entire mold. You're just breaking the bubble.
And I think a big part of that is because personally, my goal is... This sounds so self-centered, but I'm going to say it anyways. But like, my goal is to be big enough where I can do this as content creation. And I honestly don't care how I get there. Like, I'm willing to change and adapt to get the numbers I want. But I will also only ever try things that I want to do. Because I am personally just incapable of putting on that kind of a facade. I just can't. I'm literally not capable of doing a facade for that long.
But that's what Essie was saying. You have to enjoy what you want to do too.
Yeah, but the flip side of that is you can do something that you might not enjoy. Like personally, if I could just get away with streaming TFT, all the time, it'd be great. I'd be living my best life, man.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'd be living my best life.
Be the new Scara.
Basically. But, on the flip side is like, I like doing the lore stuff. Do I wish that each individual video didn't take a bajillion hours? Yes, I do. Do I also know that I have to do them, even though that ruins some of the enjoyment of making them? Also, yes. But like, it's a topic that I'm interested in. I do enjoy making them. I also just have to accept all the crap that comes with it. You know?
All the work.
And so
yeah. We work hard and bust our asses because it's something we want. So there's gonna be hard times and things that we don't want to do, like editing a lore video for 7 hours. You know, it happens.
The Vishoja timeline again when that next
video
comes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know,
I'm not looking forward to that one.
I was gonna say, how did you feel about Haruka getting added? I'm sure that made it annoying to go back and edit things. It was pretty cool though.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, that's a whole different thing.
Oh, I'm sure.
But the point is like, I'm never really afraid of morphing into someone I'm not okay with, because I know what my core values are and I know what I want to bring to the table.
Sure.
And so for me, it's just figuring out how I can bring it to the table in the package that the most people enjoy.
Yep.
Because I am okay with me not liking it perfectly the way that I want it, because guess what? I'm also a flawed individual. I might not, what I think is hilarious is not what most people probably think is hilarious, but I can learn what what the people I'm trying to attract like and make that. And as long as I don't hate life while making it, that's fine with me.
That's why I have an editor.
Don't need to have 100% enjoyment out of everything I do. I just need to have more ups than downs, and I'm good.
I like that. I think that's a good play. Especially, and that could be how we cap that off, is embrace change, but when you change, make sure that it's more positive changes than negative changes.
Yep.
All right.
Just never make something you hate.
Yeah.
And then you're fine.
Also that. Yeah. So next question we've kind of covered a little bit already, so I feel like it's going to be a pretty fast one. This is from Sunderstorm. What do I do if my only viewer is my mod and then one other person shows up, asks a question, but leaves before I can answer? This happened recently and it's hard for me to not feel discouraged since my average viewer count has dropped. I'm averaging 1.13 per stream right now.
Ooh.
I feel like we kind of discussed that already, and like the hard truth of it is like you need to make content.
Yeah, stop streaming and make videos, figure out what you want to do, because if you're not holding one person or even two people's attention, like you got to figure out what you're about.
Yeah. And this is a harsh take from me. This will always be a harsh take from me. I don't think hitting affiliate is that difficult anymore. I think hitting affiliate now is easier than it's ever been. Because of platforms like TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Yeah. It is so much easier to get yourself out there. So when I hear people that are like, "Hey, I'm not hitting affiliate yet," I'm like, why? Like, are you not making TikToks? Are you not making YouTube Shorts? Are you not creating original, discoverable, clippable content? When people are like, "Hey, I'm almost there," I'm like, hell yeah, like you go, like you do you, and I'm cheering them on. But if they are actively saying, "Hey, what do I do to improve? I have less than one average viewer, or I have one average viewer," my first thought is, what content are you making? Are you using TikTok? Are you using YouTube? Are you using YouTube Shorts? Are you on Twitter? Are you interacting with your audience? Do you have a Discord? Like, there are other steps that you have to be taking, and I know you and I kind of beat that to death before.
Yeah, whenever I see the affiliate posts, okay, this is my hot take about it. Is why are you celebrating that? That's like the start line. That, like, if you're not affiliate, you haven't even really begun. That's kind of my opinion about that whole thing. And like, I know that sounds super, super harsh, but like, if you're really trying to grow, like, affiliate is just, it's such, a feather in the wind, you don't even notice it. And especially for people who are averaging such low viewers, almost any video you make on YouTube or TikTok will get infinitely more views than your stream.
Yeah. I will say though, just from my own, I feel like I'm good cop and you're bad cop in some of these senses, which I like the dynamic we have. I will say, just from my own perspective, I like seeing the people celebrating getting affiliate, just because I like people like posting W's. There's just been a lot of negativity in the world in general recently, so I just like seeing some like, hey, I hit this today, and I'm like, yes, good job, keep going. Like, I'm not throwing like a party or something for that, but I am happy to see people achieving. Even if it's small goals, progress is still progress. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Celebrate your small goals. Yes. I guess I'm just more jaded because I have been in the education sphere. I get a lot of people talking to me who are kind of in that range, and they are not even considering like the rest of it.
Yep.
So for me, I'm happy that they hit like their goal, but I'm also terrified that they're not thinking like big picture.
They haven't learned yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
They haven't
they're babbies, they don't know. They don't know any better yet.
It's the joke of like I just turned 5 and I am now like alive. Like they have that like the whoa. I have gained consciousness moment. Yeah. They haven't gained consciousness yet. Which kind of brings me into this one that I saw in chat, and I did want to touch on this briefly with this conversation. Do you have to use TikTok? I really don't like that platform, and you can't really hit and run with the content because you got to know trends. So I disagree with that. Yes, you should be using TikTok. There's no bad or there's no sugarcoating it. If you're afraid to use something like TikTok, or you don't want to use TikTok, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. TikTok and YouTube Shorts are two of the easiest and best tools at your disposal to grow as a content creator, especially when you're starting. And yes, you can hit and run. You do not need to follow trends. You can create content that's discoverable, clippable, searchable on your own.
Do you guys think that listening to my voice summarize a VTuber's lore was a trend? Like, come on. And you know, the funny thing was, the reason why I swapped to it on YouTube is because I started that as a test on a unrelated TikTok channel. And it blew up on TikTok. Well, it blew up for me. And like, yeah, you have to be on TikTok. You have to be on YouTube Shorts. Because I'm gonna use this is my favorite analogy for content.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Let's go.
I'm using this.
We're winning.
Okay, so you have to view content. In my mind, the 3 primary forms of content are live, VODs, and shorts. As a content creator, you kind of need to be doing all 3, unless you've been here for a while and been doing one or the other. But that's besides the point. You have 3 main forms of content. I always liken them to food, because it's the easiest way to get people to understand this concept. A short, like a YouTube short or a TikTok, is like a bag of Doritos. Anyone anywhere will eat a chip from the bag of Doritos if offered. They're the easiest things on the planet to mass consume, and if you have a couple in a row that you really like, it introduces you to that creator. A VOD is more like a meal. You know, you're going to not a high-end restaurant, but like a little mom and pop shop. It's a dinner. Most people will give that at least a shot.
Yeah.
A stream is like a full course dinner and a show, 4-hour chunk of time that you are committing to.
Yeah.
If you think pitching streams to people is easy, try pitching that level of an experience to any of your friends. Be like, hey, let's go out to dinner at this 4-hour-long dinner show. No one is going to be like, yeah, I can just go do that right now. No, that's an event. That is the most unshareable thing ever. But once you're into it, you're into it.
Oh, yeah.
But the problem is like, if you're just not offering people the shorts or the VOD form of your content, the way more easy to digest forms of your content, they're never going to go to the show. Like that's just not going to happen. And so if the reason why you don't want to do it is because you're scared of those types of content, you just don't know it. Guess what? You're going to
learn today
by every single person who does, because whatever you won't do, someone else will.
Yep. It's funny. I actually also have a food analogy for content creation. Mine is not pertaining to this. I will bring it up if we get to it, but it is funny. and I will bring it up later if we get
excited.
to it. I love this one because I added to it recently, and it makes me really happy. But no, I think that's a great analogy. The only thing that I would add would be smaller meals, like you had a sandwich, would be like the videos that you create. So like, hey, you took a video from a stream that you made, or you had an original idea and you made a video out of it. That's it. Because there's like long form, short form, and then like medium form. There's like that weird gray area of, I made a YouTube video that was like 6 to 10 minutes long. How do you define this?
It's just, again, it's just the easiest thing to share, because people, like, you'll watch a 30-second clip. Anyone will watch a 30-second clip and give it a shot.
Absolutely.
And if you think about that, like that same amount of time investment in a stream, take any 30 seconds from your stream. How many instances of awesome 30-second shenanigans happen during a stream, like consistently? Because it can't be just like, oh yeah, there's probably a bunch collectively, but from someone just randomly clicking on your stuff, seeing that particular 30 seconds, it's probably pretty boring to them. Unless they happen to have found the one of the 10 great moments of your stream that can attract new people. And that's why shorts and short content exist. It's to just give people just that.
I see it in chat and I have to address it because we're talking about it right now. Clip compilations are good too. I hard disagree.
No.
And I am wait, before you go into yours.
Okay.
I'm a weird person to say this because my primary form of content is clips. I do clips of content clinics and streams and my cafe nights and things like that. And that is my bread and butter. I am an exception to the rule. I am very much an exception to the rule. I got very lucky with how I form my content, and then I exploited it in terms of growing into it and exploring more what I can do with it. I am an exception to that rule. Please explain to people why doing clip compilations is bad.
Your clip compilations are the exact same as the literal millions at this point of clip compilations. There is nothing special about just compiling your greatest hits unless the thing that they're being compiled from was already spectacular. Like that, the hard, like, you think it works because you can see people like, Neanders, you can see Iron Mouse, you can see all the big names doing the highlights, because guess what? They already have the audience.
Yep.
When you have an audience, you get to do things that other people can't. Like, even me at my relatively small size on YouTube, like in the YouTube landscape, 50,000 subs is not a terribly high amount. Even at that size, I can get away with a lot more stuff than, someone at the 5,000 level. We're just, we're playing in different fields.
Yes.
If we both made clip compilations, the chances that mine will overshadow, the 5,000 is so much higher because my base audience is just that much bigger.
Yep.
Unless your clip compilation has something truly unique about it. Oh, I moved myself apparently.
You got really excited. Hi. Hello.
I'm hiding behind you. I'm hiding from everyone who's going to come after me.
You're hiding from the sex appeal from Sylvie.
Oh, gosh.
Not the sex appeal. Please.
Unless you have something that really is unique, and not just you think it's unique, it has to be actually unique.
Yes.
You're overshadowed by every other VTuber, every other YouTuber, every other person who makes content. Just in general.
Yeah.
I understand the want to do it, but every day I see more and more clip compilations from people. No,
I agree. I'm with you.
It's just, you could have used that time to make something different.
Yep.
But again, the big caveat, because I really want to state that you can do this if your core concept was different. Because I'm going to use Doug as a great example here.
Sure.
Every video he basically pumps out is essentially a clip compilation of his own stream. But the stream idea is extremely unique.
It's what Ludwig does.
Exactly. It's also what Ludwig does. That's the reason why those ideas work.
Yes.
If you're just making funny moments, Apex Legends clip compilation 5,432.
Yep.
who cares? That's my honest reaction is who cares? I'm sorry. It's harsh, but it's true. It's no one's going to watch it because outside of your own audience, and you're not trying to just get your own audience, you're trying to get new people.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to do.
Also, Sylvia clarified, I think he meant sex appeal as in could be something that you could use to bring in people for compilations. Which, I mean, listen, whoa. If that's what your audience is, and people just want to see you being, you know, lewd or lewdsome or horny or whatever it is, I mean, sure, if that's your bag, I mean, listen.
my community riots every time that I even think about doing anything, so... Like, I take off my cloak and they're like, oh, my pure eyes can't see this.
I'm very lucky that a lot of my my recent acquaintances have been very much pushing me into embracing my own self more, and Sylvie being my editor for my clips has definitely helped with that, because he definitely eats it up whenever I just scream like cock at the top of my lungs.
Oh gosh.
I also did just want to touch Kyrie, it's totally fine in terms of asking this question or mentioning
it. Kyrie.
This it's something big. No, it's something genuinely worth talking about.
Yeah.
And even if you were like, oh man, I didn't mean to, like, you know, ruffle feathers. No, this is the time to ruffle feathers. We're having a conversation. I'm glad that you brought up the clips compilations, because it's something that we can squash the rumor of. That is not how you grow, and it will not help you grow if you're not even affiliate yet, for example. Like, terrible way to grow. It doesn't work like that.
You know, a great way of actually looking at this, if you want, because, like, no matter where you get content creation advice from, you should always take it with a grain of salt.
Yes.
Never use just one person or two people or even three people as your source of knowledge. That's just a bad idea in general. You know, always do your own research. But a real easy way to fact check a lot of things is, you know, run around YouTube until you find a channel that's in like the 50,000 subscriber range. And then find another channel that's in the million, that's in the same niche, and just compare their videos. You will see why one works and one doesn't. And that's not just my own advice. That's like Mr. Beast has talked about, you know, doing scene by scene analysis of videos to figure out why is theirs so much better than this one. Even though,
crazy.
From a passive watch, like they might feel the same, but you can learn so much by just analyzing content.
I'm gonna save that question for later, because I do want to talk about that. I'm gonna save your question for later, Judgmental Cat. I want to talk about that, but we're gonna get to it, I promise. Stick around for a little bit. Sylvie also followed up with I just like capturing personality of streamers I edit for, because I think that's something that gets overlooked when it comes to clips and compilations. I agree. I think a lot of people...
That's what you should do.
Yes.
If your clip compilations are a way to showcase you rather than like your funny moments in Apex, that's fine, because that's showcasing something that no one else can.
Yeah.
Right? Like, your personality is not something other people can just copy.
Exactly.
It's not possible. So in that sense, it's okay. I would still recommend other avenues of showing that.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's just always...
True.
You know. That.
And yes, Jummy, we were talking about clip compilations, and mostly don't do them, because they're not good for growing unless you have a sizable audience already. Like,
well, okay, so I actually want to bring up something that Melody Arts says.
Hit us.
Because they're calling out what I just kind of said. If you finish a clip series, a clip compilation could be useful. Like, I watched the compilation of Raelice's lore video.
Yes.
This is true. But that compilation was not the intended result. That was like
an extra.
That was me refusing to let those clips go to waste, because that's all shorts content.
Yeah.
Each one of those videos, the primary purpose of me creating them was as a short. That was their fundamental focus. That's also a great example of, like, you can repurpose content.
Double dipping.
Because, yeah, my quote unquote compilations are quite literally, it's so lazy, but it's literally just me slapping them chained together, no breaks, and just having a bigger version of it playing in the background blurred so it's not a black screen. That's all I do for those. And then I swap them together and be like, hey guys, here's the compilation of this group because I'm not going to let it go to waste. So
I love it.
That's where that
I love that. That's so funny. Because I know Sylvie's done stuff like that before too. But I see, and I'm gonna combine these two. Ruby asks, so instead of clip comps, prioritize individual clips instead. I'm gonna look at Sylvie here with what he said. Yeah, it's why when I clip Roy, I look for what Roy does do, what he does add, what something I can add. That's the thing. When you're clipping things, it's not just, hey, I got like a quadra kill in Apex or something, or I wiped out a squad, or I won a game. You need to look for those moments that really help define you as a content creator, and not just, oh man, this moment was awesome. Like, what did you bring different to the instance? What did you bring to the clip? What was your personality? What was your reaction? What was funny? What was tragic? It's you. You are the content, not the game you're playing. And that always needs to be the focus.
Yeah.
I had some bad feedback on my mic there. I hope that didn't get picked up.
I do think that question, though, specifically points to what I would consider the most important parts about making clips is one awesome clip that you've edited perfectly. It sends exactly the type of like message you want to send in it, whether that's, showcasing your personality, showcasing X, Y, and Z. That will do better than 100 subpar shenanigans.
Yeah.
Right. That's just true of content in general. One thing polished to shine brightly will overshadow basically everything else you do.
True.
Yeah.
And to that degree, Jummy as well. Sure, clip montages can be great for getting to know somebody, but I agree with you. Gameplay clip montages are resident sleeper, if you know what I mean. But anyway, let us move on from that, because we definitely have stuck on that for a long time. We're gonna move on to something that's completely different. I kind of like this question, and I kind of definitely want to ask you. And I promise we will get to the other question, I think, after this, just because I had my mindset on this one. This one is by Junibug on Twitter. How do you deal with feelings of imposter syndrome / not being good enough and get confidence and willpower to keep going with content creation? Thank you for the opportunity. I could talk about it if you want to take a second to form your thoughts.
Well, okay. This is going to sound... Man, whenever I talk about stuff like this, I sound so egotistical.
Oh, no. Do you want me to go first, then?
Yeah, let's let you go first.
Okay. I deal with this a lot. I had, like, a small bout of it kind of last night, because I noticed that, like, the entire month of February has gone really well for me. And it hit me with a, all right, where's the bomb? Like, when is the moment going to happen of, like, hey, I fucked up. Something negative is going to happen now. I don't deserve to be having this much success. Even if it's minor success and I'm working my ass off. Agreed. Wow. But the big thing with it, and the thing that I made like a tweet that kind of popped off earlier in February, where I talked about like friends, and that you don't always need people to make content with you to be friends. You can still be friends outside of that, even if they don't respond to you and things like that. The ultimate part of it is being more kind to yourself, being kinder to yourself, because you're the only person that knows what you're going through, what you're feeling, what you're doing, and things like that. And in terms of imposter syndrome, it's something that we ourselves create in our brains. Is it always going to be there? Yeah. Do the bigger content creators have it? 100%. I know for a fact people in Niji and Hollow and Vshoujo and Kawa take breaks regularly to help deal with their mental health. Mental health, huge part of content creation and the spectrum. You have to be willing to deal with your emotions, your feelings, and process them in a healthy and realistic expectation. And if you don't, then the imposter syndrome will keep getting to you, and it'll get worse. It'll show in your content. It'll show in your posting. You need to be able to deal with it. And how you deal with it, it's different for every person. I like sitting down and watching TV and hanging out with friends or watching movies. Sometimes I even deal with my imposter syndrome by creating content, because I go, hey, I would really like to see this type of content right now, and I go and make it. Because it makes me happy to see that. And it makes me go, I'm not an imposter. I worked hard to get to where I was. Look at what I just made. That's, you kind of just, it's the Shia LaBeouf, just do it. It's gonna be there, and it sucks, but you live long enough in the fire, and you learn to live with the burns. So
interesting to hear your perspective.
it's imposter syndrome is something I deal with very often, especially after I hit partner last year. And that's why I was talking before about like I felt guilty being lewd and making lewd remarks, because I would get comments like that all the time on my TikToks. I mean, TikTok is savage. But I would,
yeah, TikTok will let you know if they don't like it. That's for damn sure.
but I would get comments like that all the time where I was just like, am I doing the wrong thing? And it's why, even though I had addressed my previous transgressions with friends about being lewd, and we moved on and formed stronger friendships because of it, because, hey, I acknowledged things and we moved on. Even though I had done that, it still hit me with oh, I feel like I didn't deserve this. And only now am I coming back into embracing what I embraced 9 months ago when I first hit partner. You know, I'm only getting back to that point now. And I think my content and my viewership and my numbers and my community especially represent that. Imposter syndrome is always going to be something that you are going to have to deal with. But how you deal with it, it's up to the individual creator, so long as you push through. Don't let it stop you, but do take the time to address it in a healthy fashion. Now the floor is yours, Raelice.
So, I'm going to start with...
Oh, no. Oh,
I don't really have that problem.
Yeah.
Because my ego was shattered the first time I ever tried to make anything creatively. And ever since then, I have never assumed anything, or I've never assumed that anything I get wasn't because of my own actions. I know this makes me sound very self-centered, but a philosophy that has served me very well in life is that everything is my fault. And
no.
If everything is my fault, well, there's a side to this.
I know, I get it.
If I am the result of my own actions can change literally everything about my world. So I have success because of the work I put in. I have a community because of the work I put in. If I got, a following from this lucky event, I put myself in the position to be there at that time, even if it was by accident. No, I freaking deserve it. I don't care. Like, I'm sorry. This makes me sound super egotistical, I know, but
no, I like that. I think I like yours.
It's just because from the way I've approached content creation, I have never once assumed that I am deserving of anyone else's time unless I put in the effort to make that happen. So when things blew up, I didn't feel like I didn't deserve it. I just didn't quite know how to handle it. That was my only real problem with the growth that I got when I did, is I just didn't know like the new playing field I was in. Imposter syndrome and motivation, it sounds so weird. These are things that I have actually a really hard time relating to other people on, because they're literally just not problems I have. It's really weird, I know. But
it's actually kind of funny to hear you say it like that, because now I'm thinking back to the way that I felt when I had burnout, which was back in August of last year. And I had it because of what I assumed was imposter syndrome and pushing too hard into making content. But now I'm wondering if it's kind of like you were just saying, and it was I found myself in a field that I wasn't used to, because I just hit partner and I was unsure of what I needed to change or where I needed to go next. And I'm wondering if it was actually just growing pains.
I know it sounds like I'm saying I'm just built different. I know, but I think it's just because of where I started from. Because I got into content creation at a very, what most people would consider late in the game, And the reason why I did, and I made a lot of very poor financial decisions that got me to where I am. But one of the reasons why I did is because I regretted not taking an opportunity I had to do this several years ago. And so for me, there isn't the possibility of failure. Failure is not an option to me. That's why, like, my mentality, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I am willing to adapt and change to reach my goals because, at least for me mentally, this is the only shot I have, and you better be damn sure I'm going to take it.
Yes.
Like, and so for me, like, I don't have, I have different problems, mind you.
Yeah.
I don't have the problems with, like, what do I do? Why do I deserve this? It's like, no, I worked my ass off to get here. There's a whole different slew of depression problems with things not performing the way you want them to. That's for sure. But, like, I think my overall, like, overarching motivation to do this as content kind of removes a lot of those problems with, like, imposter syndrome and motivation for me. Because they're just replaced by, like, the crushing overwhelmingness of, like, I know where my goal is and I'm not there yet. So it's like just a different sort of, like, mental shift from where I'm at. Cause I have the depression looking forward instead of looking back. That's the difference.
I like that. No, I do actually like that mentality. I think that actually helps me. Therapy with Raelice.
It's just the thing about just content creation in general is, and I just feel like imposter syndrome is used a lot because I think for most people, again, this is just my own thinking, is I think most people do genuinely think that they put in a lot of effort to get where they are. And on some level, you deserve what you got because you know what you did to get here. But imposter syndrome is, I don't know. I just hear it used so much that I'm not even sure what people really mean by it anymore. Because I just think that content creation in general comes with a whole lot of mental baggage that no one is ready for. Like, just an example of, like, someone in the chat said forward thinking, Bird of Chill, thank you. I got depressed after my blow up because I'm like, oh God, what if I can't do this again? Like, I wasn't that I didn't deserve it. My problem was, can I do this again? Like, that was my huge mental hurdle, which made me super depressed because, like, yeah, this awesome thing just happened, but I'm so forward focused that, like, I sometimes do have trouble enjoying, what just happened.
Sure.
Right. Whereas, someone who has imposter syndrome enjoys, you mentioned it yourself. You're enjoying the high so much right now. You're waiting for the crash.
Yeah.
Right. It's just differences in how you feel. I'm so forward focused that I can, get depressed by looking forward, having come off, I could be at the highest high in my life and being terrified at the future, not knowing if I'm going to be here again. Whereas someone else can really enjoy where they're at, but don't feel like they deserve it. Like, it's just different.
It really is.
It's just different.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad that we have two different opinions on how that works too, because you get to see the forward thinking and the past thinking. Yeah. How do you deal with the stress? I'll let you know when I figure it out.
Yeah, when you figure it out, let me know.
Working out has helped. I'll say that much. Working out has actually helped me a lot. Putting my getting that sweat. Uh-oh. Are we getting raided? Hello? There's a lot of kisses going on here.
Oh.
I don't know.
This looks like bot shenanigans to me.
This does in fact look like bot shenanigans. Guys, I'm gonna turn on follower only mode for a second. Bear with me for 1 sec.
Unless we missed a raid message. I don't think we did.
Unless there was a raid that we just don't know about. Give me 1 sec. Where's follower only mode? Man,
it's been a while since I've seen a raid. They happen so infrequently on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, it's shield mode now. Isn't it?
I don't know. You're talking to the wrong cat about that. Because I don't know Twitch as much.
Okay, I'm gonna turn on.
Okay, it looks like it worked. At least for now.
Okay. Free.
That's like probably the nicest bot raid I've seen.
Yeah, it was a bunch of kisses. You should be able to type now. Oh god. We're gonna make it 10 minutes that you have to be following for. And I'm gonna turn on
Probably a good
slow
idea.
mode for 5 seconds, just to be safe.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna do it like that. Just to be safe.
But yeah.
But
actually, someone in chat brought up a really good point.
Sure, hit
I
us.
also think creative arts are tied very much to the sense of self. So when you feel like you're not succeeding, it's easy to beat yourself up rather than think of yourself and skills constructively, if that makes sense. Yes. I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, for sure. No, I like that one.
I just think there's a lot of mental baggage in content creation, and I personally feel like imposter syndrome is the word that gets used a lot, but people use it for so many different things.
Absolutely.
And it's just, I will say you have to have a very high level of mental fortitude to do content creation, because it will hit you in ways that you have never been hit, both positive and negative, and it can get real rough.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. It is funny thing is, and this is a little bit of a tangent, and then I want to definitely go into the next bit. The mental fortitude that you're talking about is something that I think VTubers, and this is gonna sound meaner than I mean it to. I think VTubers lack a lot of the mental fortitude, because generally, VTubers, this is their first form of content creation. They don't know what it was like prior to VTubing. They just saw, it explode in the bubble of 2020, and they were like, I just want to do it. So we see a lot of people that are experimenting with content creation for the first time and then realizing it's not for them. Either because of the weight of the stress, or the imposter syndrome, like we said, or just creating content isn't what they thought it was going to be. Which it's all valid, but more often than not, never before VTubing did I see so many people retiring from content creation as quickly as VTubing does. Like, there's a graduation post like every week, every 2 weeks of people that I know, and it's not just corporates. It's indie VTubers all over the place.
So back when people used to ask me how to get into VTubing, I would always say don't. Because it comes from a good place, I promise. It's not me just being gatekeeping, I swear. But it's like, if you've never made content before, go make something without a model, without anything else. Don't try and use model, just go make some stuff. And then if you feel like you still want to do VTubing after that, great. We can help you out there.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Absolutely.
But so many people who have, just like you said, they've never even thought about what is involved with content creation.
Yep.
They just see VTubers and be like, I want to do that.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, you're so young and innocent.
Yeah. So literally someone asked, how do I deal with the stress? Because I've been stressed out for almost 6 years. So VTubing is not where I started with content creation. I started making content back in 2017. Like, I've been here. So
if you think content creation will not stress you out, or that you can just magically deal with the stress, I don't think I've ever come across a content creator who is not like some level of stress.
Yeah. Absolutely.
This is one of the hardest things to get into. It's one of the hardest things to succeed at. And even when you're succeeding, it's taking everything out of you. Like, it's so rewarding, but you're going to work harder than you've ever worked to like make this a reality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And sometimes that's how you deal with the imposter syndrome as well, which I do want to lean into the next one, with us working harder than we've ever worked before, because the question, we had it in chat before, and I wanted to save it specifically so we could segue into it nicely. I believe it was, I'll see the name. The Judgmental Cat asked, how does one balance working full-time and content creation? I'm inclined to agree with VTuber Senpai Raelice that content creation is a second job. What is your opinion, Roy? I'm right there with Raelice. I will never go into details about what I do outside of content creation because I like keeping some form of privacy. But I do also work a full-time job that is not content creation. I want to work full-time content creation, but right now it's not something that is possible for me. So in order to fuel that passion, I do whatever I can. And as soon as I'm done with it, all of my free time, or 99% of my free time and energy, goes back into content creation. I live, eat, sweat, dream, drink VTubers on the regular. Absolutely. So it's you just do it.
Content creation, if you're trying to make it your job while also having a job, you don't get a social life. You don't get to spend time with friends a lot. Like, you don't, in order to, because this kind of harkens back to something we've talked about quite a bit throughout the stream, is like, whatever you won't do, someone else will.
Yep.
That's the thing, is like, now that doesn't mean you have to be like pumping out daily content or things like that, but if you're not spending all your time working on content creation, you'll probably get outshined by someone who is.
Yep.
And that's just it. That's the unfair reality of the situation. And I'll be just frank here. If I was able to quit my full-time job and do content creation full-time, it's not that I'm putting in the same amount of effort that I was. No, now I'm just putting in that extra 40 hours a week on top of what I'm already doing into content creation.
Yup.
So it's not like, I'm very well aware that if this becomes my reality, this is just going to be my all-day reality. I'm not going to be working any less. It'll just be more focused.
Yeah.
That's the only difference here.
And it's funny because I know you and I talked about it before, because I was a little bit more candid with you about like things that go on with me. But like my IRL schedule sucks. And it's why I have to stream so late at night, which makes it more difficult. So in the same site, I would definitely be working more focused in content creation, but I know for certain that I would be available for more collabs on other people's streams and possibly have earlier streams on my own.
I mean, I know if I was doing this full time, I would stream exclusively in the mornings. Mornings is my favorite time to stream. Like 100%. I can only do that on weekends though, because I have a job.
I get you. But no, I just liked that question. I thought it would be fun to just a real quick.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
All right, let's grab the next one. Also, if you did,
actually, there's a side tangent about that I want to add, because with the wording of the question, it's very interesting, because treating it as a job is very different than treating it as a hobby.
Yes.
If you want to treat VTubing as a hobby, you can basically disregard every word that comes out of my mouth, because I'm not viewing VTubing as that at all. Like, I'm viewing it as a job, which means that I know that there are going to be parts of any job you ever do that you are just not going to like, but you need to do them, which at least me internally helps me, do the things that I don't necessarily want to do, but I know are really important for content creation in general.
Yep.
And once you know that, like, you are doing this with a goal in mind, which I think is huge for any content creator, is if you know what your endpoint is, all the little tiny things, like treating it like a job, kind of just fade into the background of, like, you're not really thinking about them because you know where you want to be. So the question isn't, okay, well, what do I need to do now? It's no, how do I get there?
Yeah.
It's a small mental shift, but I think it's an important one.
No, I 100% agree. I literally had a conversation with somebody about this, where they are on the precipice of deciding, are you going to keep it a hobby or is it time to treat it like it's a job? And I had to give the person the breakdown. I'm like, you are at this point. Like, you need to decide right now.
Lamp Devil actually brings up a good question, or a good comment here. The answer of, if it's just a hobby, disregard the advice and do whatever, kind of discourages me, because while this is my hobby, I want to do my hobby well. I can understand that mentality, but the problem is this is a hot take from me. You are either 100% okay with it being a hobby or it's a job.
Yeah.
Like, there is no in between. You either have to accept that this is just a hobby and you're going to have fun with it, because the moment you start caring about analytics, you have shifted over to this is a job.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You can lie to yourself and say, no, it's just a hobby. But you're not helping yourself.
Yeah.
If you care about growing, it's not a hobby anymore.
Yeah. And they're saying too late, then I care a lot. It's a job for you. It may not be a full-time job yet. Like Volpixie is saying it's a part-time job for them. But yeah.
And you can decide that. It all just depends on like what your goal is. Like, again, for me, my ultimate goal is to be able to do the stuff I'm doing full time. That is my ultimate goal. I want to be able to pay my bills by saying I'm a cat on the internet. That is my life's ambition right there. I want to be able to pay off my car because I'm a freaking cat on the internet.
That's a good dream. I like that dream.
If you only want to put in, 20 hours a week and you want to grow putting in the amount that you choose to, that's totally fine. I just give all my advice coming from my own perspective, which is all anyone can really do, I'm just ready to give everything I have to this and hit that goal.
Yeah.
And so that's how all of my advice is filtered through. So if you don't want to take it as seriously as I do, that's why I say you can disregard a lot of this, because I'm willing to give up more to get what I want. You don't need to or have to. That's the point I wanted to get across.
Yeah. Ooh, I do actually want to take this on, because we are talking about taking things seriously, and change obviously is a serious thing. Captain Kira asks, earlier you two were talking about having to make a change to grow, and I was curious if you believe those changes should come more naturally as you feel the need to change, or if you should actively seek them.
I'm a firm believer that if you don't actively seek change, you will never change.
I agree. Yeah.
Because it's so easy. It's ridiculously easy to get tempted into a natural rhythm of doing things.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to break out of that. You have to actively seek change, because you'll think about making changes, but you won't commit.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't commit, you won't see the full results. Okay, actually, you know what? This is a great... Okay.
Tangent time!
Earlier. Well, this actually ties back into what we were talking about earlier about, like, don't try things just once. Because letting changes happen naturally is you'll try something for a stream. And then you won't try it again.
Yeah.
That's what I hear when people say let change happen naturally, is you will try a little thing here and there, but you won't stick with it. The changes that you need, like an actual change, is something that you are consciously thinking about that is different than what you're doing. And that can become your new normal. But you have to keep on, twisting the knife a little bit to see how far you can push it, to see if that change was actually good. Because people do naturally grow and evolve over time. That's true. You learn more skills. You do evolve that way. But the primary impetus of that change is the person having made an active decision to go do something.
Yes. Absolutely.
Like, shadow. It's like learning a skill. You won't be good at it first, but if you keep at it, you will get better. To me, what Captain Carrier kind of talking about, to me, the change is deciding that I want to be better at graphic design. So I commit to doing like a 30-minute project every day in Photoshop. That is an active change I have to make. Versus like just doing it once on stream. That's kind of the differences to me, is the changes that will affect you more are the conscious ones that are difficult to, follow through with. Those are the ones that lead to the best change.
I can talk about this.
As a result, we'll change a lot of the other stuff. Go ahead. Go for it.
Well, so I decided that I wanted to either get into voice acting or at least improve in my voice acting for streams and creating voice acting related content, whether it be ASMR, signing up for roles or projects and things like that. I started taking voice acting lessons. I finished my first course and I'm on my second course now. So that's like that's the thing. You got something you want to improve at, you have to make those changes. You have to commit. You have to try something new and then commit to the change for a while so you can make analytical investigations. What's the right phrase? You can make an analysis. There we go. I don't know why I'm trying to make it fancy.
Yeah. Well, and people could argue that that's a natural change, that you made, but no, you made the decision and followed through on getting voice acting lessons.
Exactly.
It is staggering the number of people who don't do that. And that seems like such a simple thing.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, people don't do that.
It's crazy because there are so many VTubers out there that are like, I'm interested in voice acting. And like, I'll hear them and I don't think I'm that fantastic of a voice actor. I'm still learning, I'm growing, I'm improving. I'm not bad, but I'm not like, I'm not like Sayu. I'm not like Amelie. I'm not like Scylla. You know, I'm not like these other, I'm not like Alpha Aniki. But I am growing and I am improving and I am doing my best to get up there. But that's the thing is like, I will still call myself a voice actor, but the people that I see that are starting and I'm like, I see promise in you, but they're just like, yeah, I'm a voice actor and I'm done with my growth. And I'm like, no, you're not. Like, where's the class? Where's the anything? Like,
where's the demo reel?
Yeah.
You know, it's, I also kind of view everyone as being on the same like escalator. If you're not actively working to move up it, you're going down.
True.
So
never stop
learning. Exactly.
Good one. Also, never stop drinking coffee. Thank you, Snuggle Goddess Daros, for the cup of coffee. I appreciate you. All right, let us continue on. How are you feeling? You doing all right?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Let's keep it going then. Let's keep it going. So, Megas Boys asks, so I would like to start streaming, do something, have friends, but I don't have the charisma, the voice, or the skills to engage anybody. I have 0 skills and I'm no extrovert. Should I still make the jump? And I don't even know how to stream, configure OBS, or add any funny stuff. The latter part is super easy to address. You learn. All of us are constantly learning because content creation is a constant shifting field where we all have to pretend like we know exactly what we're doing and then put everything together with string and duct tape.
2 months.
Yep. So not knowing how to do something is not an excuse anymore. None of us know what we're doing until we actually have to do it.
Yep.
In regards to the first one, I also think that's kind of a cop-out. Saying that I don't have any skills or charisma or friends is you can learn all of these things and get friends. It sounds like you're looking for excuses to prevent yourself from starting to make content. But
you're setting yourself up for failure for sure.
Yes. But also then it brings it back around to like, do you actually want to make content? Because you're finding excuses to not. And instead of saying, hey, I want to make this content, or you want to create this video or this series or explore VTuber lore or bring in VTubers to a cafe and talk about them, you're talking about streaming. Why do you want to stream? What do you want to do? What's the purpose? If it's just to make friends, there are much easier and better ways to make friends. If it's just to work on charisma, there are much easier and better ways to work on charisma. Why do you want to create content? Don't just dive into content creation because you're looking to make friends and get better at talking. That's really bad. If anything, play Dungeons & Dragons. Easy.
Yeah, if you're already looking for cop-outs when you're just starting, it's not a great sign. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, it looks like the kissing storm has ended. Shield mode is over. We survived the kiss apocalypse. Oh, yeah. Perfect.
We have survived.
We survived. No, I think that was a relatively easy one. Just find why you want to get into it and don't make excuses. All right.
Yep.
I think this one's a two-parter because they put out 2 tweets that were not connected to each other, so it took me a little while to find them. So I'm going to start with the first part, which we kind of covered already, but I feel like we can at least touch up on it because I can tell an embarrassing story.
Okay.
How do you network with other content creators? There's the whole thing of being wary of others because people can approach with intentions, but what if you're genuinely reaching out because you thought you could vibe with them? How can you communicate that? And it says 1 of 2. Never mind. The second part is a more explanation of that. And vice versa, how do you distinguish people with genuine intentions and people with shallow intentions? I'm so excited to see this collab with one of my favorite kitties. I think that's you. I don't think that part's for you.
I don't know. Is there something you want to tell us, Roy?
I mean, you're a pretty cool cat. I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought that maybe you were just wearing those bunny ears as a disguise. Maybe you were a cat boy at heart.
That is Roy 3.0 spoilers.
Oh gosh.
Do you want to tackle this first and then I'll tell my embarrassing story?
The vibe question is always an interesting one because you never quite know. Even if you've had a lot of positive interactions with someone on stream, like where not necessarily that you've been talking to them, but like you've been in their chat, you talk, you DM them on Twitter, like whatever, you have positive interactions. You're just not quite sure if you're gonna vibe. And really, the best thing that you can do is just see how they interact with other people. Like watch a bunch of their streams. I'm of the personal opinion, if you don't research the person you're collabing with before you collab with them, you kind of failed on my watch.
I agree.
That's a no-go.
I agree.
But like, as far as like how it will actually work in the collab, you just do your best. Just keep, as long as you're willing to treat the person you're collabing with as, your partners in a show. You're both trying to put on a good show. Even if it's not great, it won't be bad.
Yeah.
Like if you can maintain a mutual level of respect, everything will be fine.
I think it's good.
That's how I would answer that first part. Second part.
Yeah, the second part though.
We kind of went over it a little bit. It's if people have done their research about you, right? Like you can always tell when someone knows what you're about. I'm a pretty firm believer of you can usually tell. Like no one is ever going to be right 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not going to happen. But most of the time, I think the easiest way to tell if they're just a rando who's not really interested in you is if they ask you for a collab without explaining what their idea is.
Yep.
At least in partial. Because that just goes to show they are interested with you probably because of your number, because they didn't even bother suggesting the content that they thought you might enjoy. That's like my test, honestly. Is it if you want to collab with me and you don't give me something to go on, you really didn't actually care about me, you cared about that number.
Yep.
That's about it for me.
Okay. So, because we just said that, I'm going to give you a negative example of what not to do that I did when I first got into VTubing because I was cringe AF.
I have one of these too.
And I saw somebody ask, what advice could you give for me to not do this? Generally would be my advice to my past self. So Kage, one of my friends who's also a VTuber and was here on stream yesterday, was playing Apex with him and Sierna. Kage I met when I first got into VTubing. I don't even think I had a model, and I think I had either only just gotten a PNG or didn't even have the PNG yet. So I was still face cam streaming at that time. Or just transitioning to PNG or whatever. And I was like, I just left speedrunning, so my viewership went from like the mid 30s to like 9. And I reached out to him, having only talked to him once in someone else's chat, asked for just a collab, didn't specify what it was, didn't like give an idea. We had never really talked before. And literally, it's still one of the moments that I look back at that I'm so lucky that Kage gave me a second chance and gave me the opportunity to grow and understand content creation as a person. Because now that we are friends, we look back at that moment and we laugh a lot. Because I was really, really cringe and out of line and immature and shouldn't have been just asking a random person I'd never met for a collab. It's like going to a party or walking up to a person on the street that has cool looking clothes and going, hey, you look cool, you want to hang out? Like, you don't do that. That's weird.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, so here's what I did.
What did you do, Raelice? Was it as bad as that?
It's arguably worse.
Oh no.
So okay. So I have to preface this because I got into VTubing during the Among Us era, okay? It was
the boom of 2020. Time. Okay.
Yeah. So I wanted to fill out a Among Us game, right?
Sure.
I had 3 guaranteed people. So what I did To get the other 7 people is I went through VTuber Twitch and found about 50 people that were in my same viewer range.
Oh my god, Raelice, no.
And DM'd all of them. Being like, hey, do you want to come play Among Us?
Okay, that is pretty bad. That is arguably worse. Yeah, did you get 50 responses?
No. I did get a lot though.
Okay.
The crazy, I'm actually surprised at just how many people responded, but then again, I feel like new VTubers are also like really collab hungry.
Yeah.
So it was yeah. It was literally about 50 people that I messaged. And somehow I am still friendly with one of them.
Hey, look at that. Happy ending.
Either completely forgotten about them or they don't talk to me.
2% success rate.
So
we take those.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
That's bad. No.
Yeah, don't do what Raelice did and don't do what I did.
I feel like your approach was more personal than mine was. Because mine was the epitome of hitting the broadside of a barn with a shotgun. Like, it's just, I'm gonna hit the barn somehow, but oh my gosh.
Let me see if I can actually find the DM with Kage, because I think I still have it.
I was actually trying to find one of the DMs that I sent out. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot it was even worse. Oh no. I just pulled up one of the DMs. Oh gosh.
Yeah, I pulled up mine too. I don't want to read mine. Mine's
I'm not gonna read it.
Yeah, mine's really bad.
The title of it, or the message in it, it's even worse because I didn't just go to Twitch. I was on Twitter and I was inviting people who are doing the like, I need more friends, please posts. Oh, it was hello, chair.
Chair! Chair magic!
Well, you know what? I was tired of sitting on the counter, so I'm just gonna chill down.
Yes, perfect.
You
attached it to yourself. What are you doing?
I don't know what's going on.
Lore of the chair.
The chair's too powerful for me.
The chair has become
I don't know
what's
going on. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
There you go.
Now it's
gosh,
totally not inconspicuous at all, or inconspicuous.
No, don't worry. I brought my gamer chair with me. It's fine.
That's a really high sitting gamer chair.
I don't even know where it came from. Okay.
How did you load that?
Okay, I need to go through my
hotkeys.
Okay, I use hand signals a lot to do a lot of my emotes.
Oh my god.
I can, and there's one I don't know which one it is, but it summons the chair. I don't know which one it is.
Wow.
It summons my chair.
Okay, well,
so
there you go.
Thankfully, I can maybe make it go away. Let's see. Okay, it's gone now.
Oh, perfect. Return to the counter.
Every once in a while, the chair just pops out of nowhere. It's like, hey, what's up?
That's creepy.
Oh, at least I didn't, transform into the human. Just, scare. Actually, it's not my chat. My chat wouldn't freak out.
True.
Or,
I don't think they'd freak out. I've seen it.
Your chat wouldn't freak out.
Yeah.
My chat does. My chat goes, goes into anarchy mode.
Fair. But yeah, basically just to wrap up, I think we mostly talked about this before, with like reaching out to people, watch their content, come to them with an idea that actually makes sense for the type of content they have. And if you don't get the same type of treatment, or at least an inkling of an idea, or the startings of some sort of collaboration together, then they're clearly trying to use you, or don't know how to communicate properly, and you don't want to work with those people. So just keep that in mind. That's like the red flags. Don't send red flags, and look out for red flags.
Yep.
All right. Let us continue. This is an interesting question. I wonder if Plink is in chat, because Plink I think was around earlier. But regardless, for Raelice, how do you find the time to do so much research?
That's implying that I have the time.
It's a mood.
It honestly depends on who I happen to be covering. But like some people are really easy because they don't have a lot of lore. Other people have a 7-part video series that's in a different language and all it's told through an audio log.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that one was fun. Honestly, it's this goes back to my own person. I hate being wrong. I hate so much being wrong. It's a bad personality trait, but it works to my favor when doing analysis because if I've done the research, I have done the research.
Yeah.
I know. So for me, because this actually harkens back to a lot of the tutorial stuff that I did in the past. I really, really care about information purity. I want to be, if it's coming out of my mouth, it's because I 100% believe that to be true.
Okay.
That is kind of how I function with everything that I'm saying. I might like say something, right? Like I might not phrase it the right way. But for the most part, when I say something, you can be certain that like that's my actual thought about a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that translates really well into like the lore recaps and stuff because I don't say things unless I can find a source that is correct, which has sometimes led to me like leaving stuff out of videos because it's implied, but it's never officially stated. And so I leave it out. And people yell at me like, why didn't you include this story? Because it's not official, dang it.
It almost sounds like
it's not official.
What I've seen False go through with a lot of his streams, where like he has to verify like 40 different sources before he even remotely brings something up. Or like he'll cut things out if there's like an adjustment too.
Yeah, because you have to, like, if you're doing an informational style, you have to build up a rapport with the people who watch that what you're saying is accurate. And I care very deeply about that.
It shows.
I don't like to be wrong unless it was like an extenuating circumstance.
Gotcha.
Like, I'll just throw out an example. Like, I made a mistake in one of the Zentreya videos because of one thing she said in one stream 2 years ago that is deleted. And someone's like, but here's the clip on this really obscure YouTube channel that there's no way in hell you could have found. And I'm like,
of course.
Gosh dang it.
That's how it goes.
Yep. But, you know, I'm confident that only that one person would have known that fact. You know?
Gotta love it.
So as far as how I find the time, I don't know, it's just a priority for me is the information has to be accurate.
You make the time.
It's not a compromise. Like, I will not release a factually false video. It's just, I will not do it. So you make the time. And if it means I make one less video that week, then so be it. But
quality over quantity.
Yep.
I got you. All right. Well, I hope that cleared up that question. Let us move on to Captain Rain, who says, I'm not going to be able to join the stream, but I figured I'd still ask. How do you deal with the convection current of ideas implementation? Someone tears down your ideas and stomps all over them, and then reconsidering your choices, asking for a friend. Okay.
I've been through that. I severely doubt I will go through a worse moment of having someone tear me down than I've already been through. I mean, if it happens again, that'd be impressive. But I worked on a game project where I was the very much air quotes artist. I cannot exclaim how big those air quotes need to be. It was my first time doing Pixar. I'm not an artist. Anyone who's ever seen me draw knows I'm not an artist. But I was doing the art for a game that a friend and I were making. And we put it on Steam Greenlight, and I got absolutely and unreservedly ripped to shreds.
Oh, no.
Some of the highlights of the comments are, who the hell calls themselves an artist to produce this trash? Was among the, nicer comments. So,
Wow.
my self credibility has already been absolutely destroyed to the point where, that took a long time to come back from. But on the flip side, people's comments, unless they're like have actual like valid criticism, don't really hit me
Mm.
the way that things probably hurt other people. Probably
Same.
just because I've hit that such a low point. Like you got to find something that brings me down that low again to really hit me.
I feel that. I definitely do.
Because that was the worst couple days of my life of just like, man, people are just unreservedly bashing me and attacking my worth as a human being
Oh,
because
no.
I did something they don't like. So
I think mostly the same. Like, I kind of understand that, but like the how did you move on from that specifically? Because I think that's what they're like. They're asking. How do you deal with that?
I mean, I'll just be straight with you. That took me years to come back from.
Dang.
I didn't do anything creatively for several years. I instead focused on like a safer path of work and basically progressing through life the safe way without taking risks. Cause yeah, that messed me up for a long time, like content creation wise.
Mm.
And the honest reality is I would actually kind of liken it to like what happened with like Silvervale's cover, right? Like she got torn to shreds because people are absolute assholes.
Wait, do you mean Cinders?
Yeah, Cinders. Sorry, who did I say?
Silvervale. I was like, Silvervale did a cover that got shredded
Sorry.
too?
My apologies. Cinders cover.
Oh yeah, that was
And,
disgusting. Like people were absolutely absurd.
But like, that's to harken that back to something we said earlier is like the mental fortitude of content creation is coming to the realization that you could make something good and great and people will still hate your very existence for making it, which is a weird sentence to say out loud and even weirder that it's true. Like
it is.
And to get over that feeling, you really have to internalize like what you wanted to do in the first place. Because I think the reason why at that time in my life that criticism hit me so hard is because I thought I wanted to make a game. And to be fair, I put a lot of effort into that. I was proud of a lot of things, but I also couldn't take the criticism that came with it from like friends had criticized it earlier and I got offended at it and then they stopped criticizing it and I didn't bother to make it better. And it's really easy to just miss a few people, but when a lot of people start doing it, it builds and builds and builds.
Why would you play that? That has nothing to do with content. I mean, I guess it could be content down the line if I. Anyway, please continue.
Yeah. But a lot of it really just comes down to, at least for me, my end goal. Because right now, if I got torn to shreds again, like over something I made, like let's say, the next VShojo timeline, it just, people just absolutely hate it for whatever reason. I would be disappointed with it and it would make me reevaluate the content I want to make. But it's not an option for me to stop making content.
Gotcha.
Like the lowest, that's the difference for me is now that I have, like, regret is honest. This is not a great driving factor in your life, guys, but it turns out it's the driving factor in a lot of people's lives is regret. Like the fact that I regret that I didn't continue on with like creation and stuff because of, that experience. And I lost out on a lot of time where if I had just kept making things, yeah, that would have been terrible. But I also would have eventually grown past it. It's like an artist, if that's what I'd really wanted to pursue in life. And now that my motivation for doing things is different, even if everyone really dislikes something that I did, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it would hit me the same way because again, it's my desire to reach my final goal is just so much more important than any hurtful thing someone could say to me. And like I would still feel bad about it. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm gonna be immune to negative feelings or
For sure.
anything like that. But
would you say
for,
that the biggest thing is remembering what your goal is?
yeah. If you can keep your eye on your end goal, okay.
Eye on the prize.
Yeah, you can wade through a lot of shit to get where you need to be.
Oh, true.
And but if you're looking down at the pool that you're in instead of at your destination, it's real easy to lose track of where you are.
True.
So,
true.
Keeping your eye on the prize is honestly the best answer I could give, and making sure that that prize you're going for is actually what you want. Because if it's not, it's way easier to feel more hurtful at mean comments because you just don't know what you want.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that. I'm curious about this question because I think Ruby wanted to ask it before. I will grab that question for after this, Ruby. We'll talk about that in 1 second. So for me at least, when it comes to the absolutely ripped to shreds or like tears down ideas and things like that, I don't think I've ever had anybody that's been harder on me than me. When it comes to content creation, at least. In terms of life stuff, no one will ever amount to the trauma that I've had in my life, and I'm not trying to like be like, oh, you know, tragic, edgy anime backstory. No, I've had some fucked up stuff happen in my life, and nothing can ever hit me to the point of that.
Thanks for buying.
Just like nothing can ever hit Luna with the 32 months. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. So in regards to like mean comments or things that people can say, generally I laugh at them. Like one of my favorite comments that I ever got was someone called me Costco Taka. And I'm like, they didn't even say discount. They didn't see knockoff. They said Costco.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, huh? Like, what is Red Claw? No, that cat is not for eating.
Mean?
I don't know.
What? No. Hold on. Do I need?
Do you need defenses? No, come back. Red Claw, look what you did! I was trying to have a conversation with the cat. Oh, he's totally gone. He's totally absolutely gone.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he's totally gone. He's definitely not here at all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Later, okay? We'll get you food later. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. It's okay. We'll get you food later. We'll get you a Costco hot dog. But yes, Costco Taka was my favorite. Comment that I've ever gotten. And from there, all the comments just make me laugh because it makes me think of that one again. But genuinely, I don't think I've ever had anybody that's been harsher on my content than me. I will always, funny enough, going back to what you said before of the I'm responsible for my own stuff, so I have to be responsible for my successes. I'm always responsible for my failures. So like I will always be like, oh man, my stream didn't do well today. What did I do wrong? What can I improve on? How do I get better? That's always my mindset.
Because if you can attach your self-worth to what you do, like, because I feel like that question really is born from a nature of insecurity, which everyone has, by the way. I'm not going to try and claim that I don't.
Oh yeah.
But you know, everyone to a degree cares about, you know, what other people think. But if you can really internalize your own progress of like, yeah, people will dislike it, but if you feel like you made improvement, you'll find that kind of outweighs what other people think once you start valuing your own opinion more.
Yep.
You know? So.
Yeah. So I hope that helped. Because I feel like I'll just, you know, mimic what Raelice said. So. So let's look at Ruby's question. Being a little selfish here, would doing narrative/creative based content work well as a VTuber, like making your own stories and narrative universe? This is a hard question to answer because I've seen some success for it, like Fulgur is making his stories in Nijisanji. But genuinely, I don't think there's that much of a market for it. Like, obviously, there's the VShojo lore and like VTuber lore stories and things like that.
There's not much of a market for that either.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I think the answer is no. No. Yeah.
Here's the thing: is any content ideas you have, and this is a comparatively spicy take for some people, but most of the world doesn't care about VTubing.
True.
Like, at all. In fact,
had to be said.
Most people are turned off by VTubers.
True.
They don't get it. So any type of content you do as a VTuber, you're already putting yourself at a minor disadvantage. And so if you're trying to do a niche within a niche, which I would know, I focus on VTubers freaking lore. Like, well, I am in a niche of a niche. I know. And like you can find some success there, but unless you're like hyper passionate about it, that can overcome a lot of like the problems with it being a niche, because people can always tell your passion behind whatever you're doing. Like, that's so easy to see regardless of the content. I mean, for crying out loud, I watch people build boats because for some reason, listening to them talk about like what joints and fasteners they're using, I'm like, wow, why do I care so much about this? But I do, right? Like, I've spent hours on the freaking koi fish owning side of YouTube. I didn't even know that existed until a couple months ago, but they're so freaking passionate about it that they make it work, right? Like, you have to either be that level of passionate that you just like, this is what you live and breathe. This is what you want to make. Everything about this excites you. And then maybe ask if you really need to be a VTuber to do it.
Yes.
Because you probably don't.
I think that's fair. Just like it's fair that Aki Kumori rated us. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're doing amazing tonight. We're doing a content clinic, so pull up a chair, get your questions ready. We're helping as much as we can with the lore cat himself. It's Raelice.
Hi.
Welcome in, everybody. Please continue with what you were saying.
The real thing with any content creation is you have to figure out what makes you different. Because if you can't answer that question, no one else will.
True.
Like, because I'm everything that's ever been thought of has already been done, in my opinion. Like, there's very few actually new ideas that are ever going to be made. So it's whatever idea you want to do, you have to have your own spin to it. The thing that only you can actually do. Because that's the thing that people are going to care about.
For sure. Absolutely.
And if you can't answer that question, find something that you can.
It's also similar just to the whole, like, why do you want to be a VTuber? Like, what do you get by being a VTuber? You know? It is definitely one of those things. Aki, thank you for the support on both our parts. I appreciate it.
You got to ask why you're a VTuber.
True.
Always.
I was gonna say, Sylvie brings up a funny point. I always like poking at Sylvie for this one. My lore is literally I just stream in the ice fishing hut in the middle of the Canadian Arctic, and you're hot and you're buff, so you know there's that too. I feel like those are marketable aspects. You know, I want to be a VTuber just because I find the medium really cool.
Okay, but what are you actually going to do with the medium?
That's the big thing, is what are you going to do in VTubing that you can't do? Because like you could probably do more IRL with storytelling. I'm gonna be real.
I know why I'm a VTuber, and I don't think my shorts would be as entertaining if I wasn't interjecting my VTuberness into the shorts.
Yeah,
like it serves a very real purpose for the content that I could make it without being a VTuber, but it's funnier that I am a VTuber making it. And so that's why it works for me. But like, if you don't have to be a VTuber to do the cool, Okay, I'm gonna
Tangent?
okay,
Tangent time?
no, this is just a spicy take.
Spicy take time. Okay, we take those
If
two.
you think that you should be a VTuber just because you think it's cool, it's not.
It's true.
Like, guys, being a VTuber can really suck sometimes. Like, you are so inherently limited with a lot of things that you don't even think about.
Yeah.
And like, there's a reason why, PNG tubers on YouTube have been a thing for literally forever, and they do just fine. Live 2D avatars, not so much.
Yep.
3D avatars, also not so much.
Yep.
Being a VTuber can really freaking suck. And if the reason why you want to do it is because you think it's cool, guess what? You're competing with literally every VTuber that exists because they all think it's cool too. So that if that's your primary reason, that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to hearken everything that you said. So
yeah. And I say that from a place of like actual genuine concern because I did exactly what you're talking about. I became a VTuber because I thought it was cool. I literally, for like the first year of VTubing, said the reason why I got into VTubing is because I found the technology cool. You can actually quote me on that. I've said that in like 3 separate interviews. So those are my genuine thoughts, is VTubing is cool.
Yeah.
And about 6 months after that, I'm like, okay, what the hell am I actually doing with VTubing?
That's the same thing I had.
Like
literally same thing.
Because doing something that's cool, it doesn't stay cool.
True.
Because like it's just fun. Like, but anything that's just fun, you grow out of.
Yeah.
Like it just happens. And so if you don't have an ulterior motive or like the end point that requires VTubing to do a thing, like a great valid example of this is like if you don't want to show your face on stream, but you want to have something that represents you that can like show off your emotions and show movement and stuff, and you need what the hell?
You all right?
Oh, sorry. There was some really loud music that was just playing outside my window.
I heard the banging. I was like, is someone like beating down your desk right now? Hello?
I was really confused. I was like, what the heck is going on? But so like I said, if VTubing is what lets you stream because you really just don't want to show your face on stream, that's fine. That is a acceptable reason because you know why you're doing VTubing.
Mm.
And that's why I dissuade people from doing VTubing, is because often the ideas you want to create are actually better off by not being a VTuber.
99%
Like
of the time.
Because people, look, VTubing is weird.
Yeah.
It's very weird. Normal people find VTubing very weird.
Yes.
So by being a VTuber, you are already alienating a lot of people. People don't care about a disembodied voice. That's normal.
Yeah.
That's narration. No one cares about that. But the second you put, a bunny boy or a talking cat on the screen, all of a sudden it becomes weird. Like,
it's true.
That's just the world we live in.
It's just the way it is.
If you don't have to be a VTuber to get what you want done, don't.
I agree.
So that's, yeah.
I will also finish it with, but if you really still do want to get into VTubing, do it. I mean, have fun at the end of the day, or chase your passions. More importantly, just go in with a plan. Just know that VTubing is not a catch-all that you're randomly gonna, be super famous and super popular, because it doesn't work like that anymore. The boom of VTubing from 2020 is gone, and if anything, the floor for VTubing, like the bar of entry, has never been higher, and it just keeps raising. So both monetarily and content like quality wise. So just keep that in mind.
And you know what, actually, to add on even to that, but like, this is gonna, okay.
Oh,
just because
no.
I know some people who, I'm not by any accounts a model elitist. I don't think I am. But with the current sphere of VTubing, there is kind of like a minimum quality standard to be considered a quote unquote normal or good model. Oh, there goes
your hard eyes.
gestures again. Yeah. And like a bad model will hurt you far more than a good model will help you.
I can talk about my food thing now. You brought it up.
Oh, I'm excited.
Okay. I made this analogy. It's not sharding, but that's a good one. I made this analogy and I got to use it a couple days ago because Sens actually said something similar. And I was like, yes, I get to talk about this analogy I made. So content creation is a cake. The quality of your content that you create as a content creator is this nice cake that you have. If it's a bad cake, it's a bad cake. If it's a good cake, it's a good cake. Your VTuber model is the icing that goes on the cake. Yes, a nice, pretty icing can bring in people. But if your cake is shit, they're going to take one bite and get the hell out of there. But if your icing is good and your content is good, they're going to stay. Because a good icing or a good model will bring people in, and then the content will help them stay. And on top of that, collabs are your toppings. Sprinkle them on there a little bit, great. You can get eyes on you for good toppings on a cake, but it's the same thing. If your cake is shit, they're not going to stay. Because the cake and your content is king. It is the most important thing. And if you can make the content better by being a VTuber, great. But if it's better without being a VTuber, listen, there's plenty of cakes out there that work without being iced. You know? Look at an angel food cake.
Sylvie did bring up an interesting point, though. It depends on what you define as bad. I'm not saying that, like, low rigging or, like, not very much moving models are bad or anything like that. I am just trying to get across the point of, from using Roy's analogy is actually really great here. Because if you put two pictures next to each other, which is generally your first impression of a VTuber, right? Picture A and picture B. If picture A has a lot more production value and just looks nicer in general, from things you're going to give a shot, generally people will pick A. Like if
because
it just
looks nicer.
Has higher production, it just looks a little bit better.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the quality is better, but people see it and go, ooh.
And with how saturated VTubing is, and with how many people just stream, that's a whole separate topic. Like that, generally the first impression you get is all people are going to give you. And if your model isn't like, I'm not going to say like super high end, because like it doesn't need to be that high end. It just, tastes can differ so much between people.
Yeah.
That I really feel like if your model isn't like just absolutely immaculate, it's generally a negative more than it's a positive.
Yeah.
Even if your model is pretty good, it's generally a negative more than it is a positive.
Yeah.
Because people come for the content and stay for the personality.
Yes.
And so how you package your content is so important. Like it's ridiculous how much it matters.
Yeah. And
like,
this is definitely
how much it matters.
Yes. And this is definitely a conversation that I think a lot of people are afraid to admit. Your model does matter. I see Plink kind of like saying a bigger VTuber admitted that model matters. Model does matter. I'm going to be 100% honest. It does. Because your audience, their first impression of you is going to be looking at you. Usually it's not hearing because they have to click on your stream first. Or they have to click on your content first. It's visual. Just like YouTube thumbnails are visual. People are not listening to the video before they click on it. That's impossible. They're looking at it.
I actually have a great example of this, because when I swapped to being cat, my viewership immediately, like not just gradually, but like as soon as I became cat, numbers jumped, like noticeably jumped. And by all accounts, my human model is actually really well made. Like it's very well made. Speaking of which, my cat model is in the chat. Hi, Mythic.
Hey, Mythic Sights.
Yep, Mythic Sites. She's the mama.
I do know them. I
But
recognize the name.
as soon as I swapped to being cat, like my numbers jumped just straight up. And it people like I did a lot of testing between cat versus human, and whenever the cat's on screen, like I meme about it how my chat will riot, but like there's actual numbers behind that meme. Is like, yeah, everyone prefers the cat, just 100%.
True.
And there's even been people like Cozy Chu of Kawa. She's talked about it on Twitter, but she's making her new model that conforms a little bit more to what people expect of VTubers.
Yep.
And she's noticed an increase in interaction because the model, looks the way that people expect it to.
I talked to Kota about that as well, also from Kawa.
Which is, yeah. So it's.
I saw Sylvie say, and I do just want to touch on this because I did see you say it, Sylvie. I have a chibi doodle PNG for myself, and I get complimented all the time for using it because how I use it. Instead of him just looking one direction the whole time, he flips from side to side. People find it amusing, and it fits the personality of the voice and the frankness of your content. That is fantastic. And never will I say, at least, that, hey, you can't be a VTuber because your model's ugly, or hey, you can't be a VTuber because you're a PNG tuber.
No.
It's not the case. What we are trying. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would never make that argument.
Yeah,
because I don't believe in gatekeeping like that. That's just dumb. But like,
leave that to
I will
Taka.
say
He's
that
wide.
Like,
he literally has a game for it now.
You can't say that the model doesn't matter. I wish I could say that.
Yeah,
but that also just comes from my personal belief is that in general, using a model hurts more than even just using a PNG sometimes.
It's true.
Because a PNG tuber is more accepted than a 3D model or a live 2D. Because PNG tubers have a very long, like they weren't called PNG tubers, right? But like they have a very long and storied history on YouTube. Everyone knows what a PNG tuber is.
Yeah.
Right?
I can name like 4 channels off the top of my head. Like look at like Odd Ones Out or I forget her name. Crap, I just had it.
My go-to is Saber Spark, who has a million plus subs. And like all his videos are made with PNGs. Like PNGs are
Jaden, thank you.
Yeah.
That was it. It's Scott Falco as well. Like all these people, they do have it, and it brings your eyes in. And again, it's a cake. It's the analogy. You see something pretty, you click. And Raelice and I do keep saying, hey, it sucks.
So Sylvie just. I don't disagree with you. I just want to make sure no one thinks they need to spend over $60 on a top tier model when they start. Yeah, no, 100%.
Agreed.
I just don't think you should spend money on a model, period, when you start.
Yes,
like,
I agree with that as well.
For me, a model, and that's actually one of the reasons why I haven't like really tried to change my model too much. Is even though like, yeah, I'm in a position where I could probably shell out for like a really, really nice model. But it wouldn't actually change my content at all. So why?
Yeah.
Like I have something that I really enjoy. It's good. And like, but I could also still make the content without the model. In fact, like when I started doing the lore stuff, I explicitly didn't use my model for like the first 20 videos. I made sure to not have any reference of myself in the video. And like, once I found the formula that I like, then I started introducing my, like, my character back into things. But like, for me, the focus was just, it's all on the content. If the model enhances the content, great. I just think for 99% of VTubers, it
doesn't.
It's just there.
Yeah, no, I get you. I agree with that.
So,
and to wrap that up, we wish that we wish that models didn't matter, but they do because people eat with their eyes first.
Yep. But that being said, please don't go spend a lot of money on a model.
Yes, please don't.
I would think of treat a model as like a treat to yourself more than the focus of your content.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, because at that point, if you want to spend a lot of money on a model for a nice representation of yourself, that's fine. Just don't convince yourself that it's for the content,
For the
because
bit.
it can help, but it's never going to be the star of the show.
True. Cake is king.
Unless you were the first one.
Cake is king.
You know.
Cake is content.
Yep, cake is king.
So, Isabella Ooze and Trav Trey have nice PNGs for themselves, and they do well with it. Yeah, that's our point. Like, you can do well and be successful, and PNG tubers and PNGs in general are a focus of that. But unfortunately, again, consumers.
I'm a strong advocate of everyone trying PNG tube. Like, if you want to get into VTubing, you can get a banger PNG made.
100%.
For like a 10th, a 15th of the price of a quote unquote good model.
Mm.
And you learn a lot of the skill. I keep on doing the hard eyes. I don't know why. But you learn a lot of the same skills that you would use by being a VTuber as you would with a PNG tuber. And
True.
they just work. I mean, I'm starting up a separate PNG tuber channel myself with a different concept.
The scoop.
So like, I'm practicing what I preach here. Like, I'm in the process of starting another channel with a PNG tuber instead of a model. So
I love that.
You know,
I love that. Oh, and hi, Vil. Vil, another good example of PNG tuber who is chasing content because their content is content. It's not what they look like. All right, we've been going for about 3 hours. How you feeling? You doing good?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, just want to make sure.
After this, it's great.
Let's keep going then. Let's keep going. All right, guys, we're going to move on from that one, and we're going to keep going down the Twitter thread because we do still have some questions left that I think are going to be fun to get to. This next one is a little bit more of a specific question, and I feel like it's going to be more of a me thing because of my own background. But Mary, the Office Elf VTuber, Retro Mary, asks, I am a commentator for fighting games. How would you recommend I advance in that field, and what do you think are fun ways to add it to streaming? Should I react to and commentate over big tournaments on my channel? I've already hosted tournaments to middling success. I'm assuming they mean not much success is what that means.
Yeah, mediocre.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna take a page out of your book, and I'm gonna be bad cop for this because I joined the FGC, meaning the fighting game community, in 2009 with Street Fighter 4. I am a fighting game head. I have run my own tournament scene. I have been a commentator. I've been a professional player. Done a lot of stuff with fighting games. Don't do it. Just don't. Fighting games is in a really weird place right now. COVID nearly killed fighting games as a whole. And unfortunately, we kind of joke about, hey, like the tippy top of VTubing has all the viewers or has all the monies. It's not a joke for fighting games. There's like 3 or 4 channels for fighting games that I would actively tell people to watch. And like, that's it. Because that's where everyone's going to go. You're going to watch Maximilian. You're going to watch Avoiding the Puddle. You're going to watch Man Sui. Like, you're going to watch somebody that's already there. And unfortunately, there's not much that you can do to break out into the fighting game scene without just being a professional player. And unless you want to go do that and invest the time, the sweat, the money, and the energy into becoming a professional player in whatever field you're going to get into, it's just not going to work. And even then, some pro players can't even make that transition into making content. I know tons that have flopped as streamers and content creators outside of that, despite having great tournament success. And some that haven't had nearly as much success as the other ones that I named. Like Eris, Avoiding the Puddle, was a competitive player, was a commentator, and pulled back and instead started leaning and taking that into content creation and focused in that and became a powerhouse and a staple of the FGC. Justin Wong, probably someone that most people would recognize for fighting games, I would say isn't as big as people like Maximilian and Avoiding the Puddle. Like, he still makes good content. He's still a professional player. He's still a staple in the fighting game community. But if someone like Justin Wong isn't getting as big as Maximilian or as Avoiding the Puddle, the new people aren't either. Honestly, I'd say just don't do it unless you're doing it for fun. Commentary's hard unless you're a professional and you're getting paid for the big bucks.
Yeah, I don't really disagree with anything you said. I just think it loops back into, this has to be like your burning passion.
Yeah.
To like break into that kind of a scene. Because like, you know it's bad when a niche is smaller than VTubing. So
Yeah. It's really unfortunate. And if you asked me like before COVID, I would say go for it. Because fighting games were taking off again. Like Street Fighter 5, we still had hope in. King of Fighters 15 was just starting to get shown off. Tekken 7 was like bumping. Guilty Gear Strive got announced. Like Dragon Ball Fighters came out. Like we were in almost a golden age again. And then COVID hit and we went back to the fucking stone age for fighting games. Fighting games literally have been on life support for the past 3 years. And only now that like Tekken 8's coming out, King of Fighters 15 is finally not shitty with its netcode. Street Fighter 6 looks amazing and is capturing the casual audience. Guilty Gear Strive popped off and has had amazing character additions like Bridget. And everyone loves watching Guilty Gear. We're close.
Yeah.
But because we're about to hit the boom again, it's only going to be for the people at the top and not for the new people unless you're a pro player. And I just say it like that because I am very knowledgeable about fighting games.
Like, I do think that there are always a way, like there's always ways to break into a niche, even if it seems completely dominated. But you're going to have to figure out like, what's the new thing that you get to add to the scene? Because if you can't bring something new, you know, what are you gonna?
Agreed.
What are you gonna do?
Agreed. I think that works for everything and not just fighting games. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one. This is from Mel at ArtByMel2 on Twitter. When starting a YouTube channel, how many videos should we start out with? Should we have a backlog set up or just post content as we go? I think that's an interesting question.
I'm gonna give you 2 scenarios here.
Yeah.
The first scenario is this is Babby's first time at YouTube. Just post things. None of the schedule talk, none of that crap. Just make stuff. Because you don't even know what you're doing. It's gonna be a long road to figure out what you're doing. Just make stuff as often and as good as you can.
Yep, because they did emphasize starting a YouTube channel. So
yeah. Now let's assume that you have like, you know, some past creation. It doesn't necessarily need to be content creation. Well, you know, let's say you've been a, you know, artist for a couple years and you know what you're about, right? Like you want to do art content, then yeah, I would suggest, you know, maybe making a couple videos that you can like, you know, post for your first few weeks, but also still trying to like find a good cadence for your scheduling. But I would still also just say, just post stuff, you know, because especially when you're starting out, you want to make things so right. And it's all going to be terrible anyways, because the first videos anyone ever posts are always just,
oh my God,
absolute garbage. Like,
thinking back to mine.
Like, your first videos are terrible.
Oh God, yeah.
Like they're always terrible. Unless you just got out of film school or something. And even then, they're probably still bad YouTube videos. They might be great, like, films, but they're probably terrible YouTube videos to start off with. And so, you know, you just gotta just post as much stuff as you can, as often as you can. And
grow that muscle.
You know, figure out a cadence that works for you.
Yep, I agree with that.
YouTube is an iceberg, and you're not going to discover the rest of it for a long time. So
agreed. Yeah, I agree with everything with that. Especially if you're starting out YouTube. It's funny because I had people ask me like, how do you stay so motivated to go to the gym? And I'm like, I just do it, and eventually it just becomes habit. And I didn't really make a schedule. I just went when I was like, cool, I have time, let's go. It's like the same thing. Eventually you will get into a cadence or a rhythm of just doing it. And then you can worry about actually scheduling the harder parts or getting into the more difficult things.
You know what's funny is what you just said was very reminiscent of my attitude towards imposter syndrome earlier. Because for some people, you know, the posting stuff is a real challenge, right? Like just posting it. And it, you know, again, it just kind of goes to show different mentalities and stuff. But like, once you start doing something, like starting is always the hardest part. Because once you've gotten into something, like you've at least, you're into it now. Starting it is the worst for so many people.
Absolutely.
So just write a line, shoot a dumb script, like just do something.
Do something. Make it happen.
Yeah.
All right.
It's lame advice, but it's what you have to do.
Sometimes the lame advice is you just need to hear somebody tell you. Like, you know the answer, but somebody has to tell you it. You know?
Yep.
I got that.
Yep.
All right. Next, easy one. Potato. Yes or no?
Yes.
I agree. Yes. That comes from Count Julius Vampire VTuber on Twitter. Okay, cool. That was a double yes. That was an easy one.
Easy.
Absolutely. Potato. 100%. 100%. Next from Alexander Fallen Star. This is probably one of the most difficult questions because there's no clear answer. But based on your experiences, how do you build an audience fan base? I actually think we kind of covered this already.
Yeah. Just make content that you want to make and learn who, like, research the people you're trying to attract.
Yep.
Because
yeah,
if you build it, they will come.
I was just about to say that.
How it
works. It is a phrase for a reason though, and Raelice and I covered it a lot already. But like, you don't go into content creation going, how do I build an audience? That's not the question you should be asking. What you should be asking is, what kind of content do I want to make? And then once you make it, your audience will find you. That's just how it works. So.
Yep.
Hey, Puzzling Shutterbug, thank you so much for the cup of coffee. I appreciate it. Was that you that asked the potato question, or were you just excited to hear potato? Curious. Maybe different names.
No, I know Count Julius.
Oh, okay.
So, unless they have a different name on Twitch that I don't know about.
Hey, you got me.
But who knows?
You got me. Thank you for the cup of coffee, though. But yeah, make it, they'll come. And that's it. Focus on your content instead of trying to find people to watch your content. Okay. Oh, I just like potato. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. This is from C Plus Hero. As someone who's been a VTuber for almost a year, what are ways to look back and criticize your past videos and streams for improvement? Like,
watch the videos. Note when you tune out. Like, that's it. You have to watch your own content, or else you never know what you did wrong. Like, and don't, before you say, like, I've listened to it, I don't know how to improve. Yet, you know your own content's bad at times. Like, everyone knows it. They just don't want to admit it sometimes.
Yeah.
And, like, if you genuinely can't figure out what's wrong with your content, find another person on YouTube who's making something similar. I guarantee there's going to be at least one, probably 100. Watch one of their videos. Like, watch one of their most viewed videos and just take notes. See what they did. You know, see what of their videos you can learn, and, you know, you'll pick up things. Like, one of my best non-lore video pieces is a video I did about Shy Lily, and I literally, beat for beat, tried to copy one of Ludwig's videos. Like, have you seen the Ludwig video, how a door made this streamer $1 million?
I think so.
So it's like a stupid premise video, but I was like, I wonder if I could make something like that, but about a VTuber. And so I tried, and it did fairly well, but I learned a lot about it from just like doing someone else's style and seeing like, oh, I don't necessarily want to do this style going forward, but I learned a lot by doing it. And like, so you can try other styles of videos from other people and just see what you can learn. Because if you really feel like you're hard stuck, it's because you're not putting enough time into like learning and improving your craft.
Yeah.
Because at least for me, that's, I can always find something I'm like, why did I do this? This was such a bad idea. And if I were to remake the video today, it'd be very different.
Yeah.
And this also just harkens back, just make as much stuff as often as you can, because try something new in every video and you'll always be learning something.
I like that. Yeah. Also, be willing to make mistakes. I know we talked about this a little bit before. There's a lot of new VTubers and new content creators especially that are just too nervous to press that post button of posting content. You are not going to improve unless you make mistakes. The people that
I'm
are
just gonna let you.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The people that are at the top are the people that have made the most mistakes. I 99.9% guarantee that they have fucked up more than anybody else, and that's the reason that they're there. So if you feel like you've done all you can, I promise you haven't. There's more.
Yep.
There is much more to do. Now, what were you going to say?
I don't even remember.
Oh, no!
It's fine. I got distracted by physicist. If you're trying something like this and it turns out total ass, would you still say it's better to post it? Should you always post everything you make just for velocity? I think that depends on the person. I don't think, like, if you think the video is truly unwatchable, then don't post it.
Yeah.
Like, be glad that you made it, but just, push it off to the side for now.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I post everything I make because if I don't like the video, I just start over and scrap the whole thing. So
That makes sense.
I mean, it's basically a new video at that point, but like, also it's okay to post stuff that you're not 100% happy with, because I guarantee you the moment, even if you're like, this is the best video I've ever made, it's going to be absolutely awesome. The second you push post, 500 mistakes flood into your brain of like, oh crap. What was I doing here? Why did I do this? And you'll find the mistakes that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I live by the moniker, finished is better than perfect.
Yes, that's what I was going to get to.
Like, I will do whatever I can to make it as good as I can. But if I'm really hitting a wall, I just post it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does really well. And sometimes what I think is my magnum opus absolutely flops. So, there's that. I just give every video your best effort. And if you feel like you put in a good effort, hit the post button.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, no one's going to give a crap about your first couple of videos that are terrible anyways.
Yeah.
So, like, your first like 100 videos are just for you. Honestly. Yeah. Like, you're still learning. I don't know, just post.
Yeah. I agree.
That's my philosophy. It's just post. And
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you on that. I think just make the content, and eventually you will get to a point where you'll be better with it. But like, always do look back at your own content, and because that was the question, is how do you criticize? Look back at your old content. Sylvie mentioned as well, looking back at your most popular content and seeing ways to improve it from there, or even other streamers that you like to watch. Just make sure you also watch the recent stuff of people that are similar to you, because you need to see what they're doing now, not the stuff that they were doing 4 years ago.
So going back to the good old Ludwig, if something really popped off 4 years ago and you're like, I could twist this into something modern, that good old yoink and twist, baby.
Yoink and twist. Yoink and twist. All right, perfect.
So,
all right, let's move on. This was Ruby Dragons, which we actually did talk about in chat. Well, there we go. Perfect. Next, we'll go on to Achievement Goblin, who I think was here earlier. I feel like I remember seeing that name tonight. Not being a copycat, I started VTubing to try and be a VA and work from home, which leads into how not to view others as competition. They are.
Yeah, I got news for you, bud.
Yeah. Like, all right, I have kind of a good example about this. One of the people that I'm still very close with that I got into VTubing around the same time as is Juzo. We hit partner literally like a day apart from each other, applied for partner 2 days apart from each other. And for, I would say for pretty much the entirety of our VTubing career, I saw him as a rival. And I hope he saw me as the same, but like we were constantly like close with numbers, close with sub counts, close with community, like all the kind of stuff. You can have friendly rivalries, but at the end of the day, you are competing for everyone's attention. Every streamer, every content creator, every VTuber out there is trying to compete for chat's attention or new viewers' attention. It's not being a copycat. You're just making content, and you are in competition. Just like a voice actor's in competition anytime you go out for an audition.
And sometimes you are not just like kind of competing, you're directly competing, which this is a story I love to tell because I know it angers one of my friends who wasn't a friend at the time, and he still resents me for it, but it's really funny, so I have to tell the story. It was, I think it still is my most viewed regular like VOD that I've ever made. And so good old VTuber Senpai and I were both in the VTubing education sphere. We weren't acquaintances at this point in time, but we knew of each other to the point where I would reference him occasionally, he would reference me occasionally. And because, you know, we were both in the VTubing tutorial space. I 1000% have rivals in my head with people. I don't care if they view me as rivals, but like at any given time, I have like 3 to 4 people that are close to my size that I'm like, I need to beat you.
Yep.
You are my direct rival. And personally, I don't think that's bad, but I've had people disagree with me on that viewpoint, but whatever. But in this particular story, I had heard about a program called vtuber Mini, which is like, in my opinion, one of, if not the best, like PNG tubing streaming software programs out there, mostly because it's free. And I've been considering making a video on it because, again, this is back when I was in the tutorial space. I was listening to a VTuber Senpai stream, and he mentioned the program, and immediately I was like, oh, shoot, I have to make this video now. Because if I don't, he's going to make a video on it. So I exited his stream, stayed up well into the night, posted that very next morning.
Oh my gosh.
Best video I've had in a long time.
That's so funny.
But like, and people, I know it sounds really cutthroat, and it is, but also like,
we're in a cutthroat industry.
Content creation is just as cutthroat as it is like, as good as collabs are for your channel, being cutthroat is also just as good and sometimes necessary. Like we can laugh about it now. He did the same thing to me later. He conspired with a different creator to beat me to a video. But
perfect.
You know, like, but that's the thing is like, I never assume that I am actually, I don't know. I never treat content like I own it, but I'm ready to compete with anyone over it. And that, I don't know, maybe that stems from my own personality of like, I know what I would do to get ahead.
Competitiveness.
And like, yeah, I am a very, very competitive cat.
There you go. You said it. That's what it is.
For me, that's what drives me to success. Is I want to succeed. I love treating people as rivals because if they beat me in something, it's like, okay, why did this work for them but not for me? What can I learn from them? I'm not going to copy them because that's just dumb. But like, I will learn from people I consider in my space but are doing better than me. Because I always view my rivals as people who are above me because I'm trying to reach a new spot. Yep. I don't really care about people behind me. I know that sounds so egotistical, but like,
in terms of improvement, it makes sense though.
Like in terms of improvement, right? Like if you're smaller than me, we can be the best of friends and I'll never think about competing with you because I am such forward facing that I just don't look back. Now, if you mention a good idea, there's a high chance I might yoink it from you. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like on the same note, I don't know. I never get offended or upset when people like directly compete with me because I just assume it's going to happen eventually anyways.
Agreed.
And it's honestly part of the thing I love about content creation is I get to, you know, be competitive in an environment where competitiveness thrives. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I thrive in this hyper cutthroat, fun, like exploration environment. It's why I love content creation. Is because if I figure out a new way to get ahead, boom, I got it.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
It's good.
I like it. That's a good answer.
But to go back to the original question where they think of like, you shouldn't think of other people's competition, there is a point of wisdom to that. You can't compare yourself skill wise to another individual one-to-one. You just can't. And you shouldn't in those cases. But you absolutely should be able to use competitiveness or be competitive with people to have them inspire what you are good at. Like, I know I will never be like probably XQC level of entertaining. That's just not going to happen, you know? But I do have a unique skill set of like my programming skills that has allowed me to make a custom VTubing app that in all seriousness is probably the most interactive, best one that exists for YouTube streamers, because YouTube streamers, we got it pretty rough out there.
Yes.
It's pretty barren.
I was there for like a month. I know.
But like, you know, the fact that I have, you know, I can redeem sounds, I can do all this, like that's a skill set that I built to get a competitive edge. If I wasn't viewing other people as competition, it wouldn't have driven me to succeed or like to build that new skill set. It's
which I think kind of brings us into this next question, because we're basically answering it now. So I just want to say it for the sake of saying it. Plink also asked, what improvements have you made since you've started VTubing that has felt the most impactful to attaining your current level of success? Which I think we've basically just been talking about now.
Yeah.
So
I would say the number one thing that I've leaned into is not trying to follow what other people do at all. Like everyone streams differently, and there's definitely a streaming meta, especially here on Twitch.
Yes.
From the pieces that I watch.
The subathons.
Yeah, good old subathons. That's a whole I could rant about those for a long time.
We need a whole other stream for that.
Yeah,
we need a subathon to talk about subathons.
Roy and Raelice rant about subathons. But on YouTube, it's a very different atmosphere when it comes to that. And YouTube, I feel like, especially the more you lean into what you're about, like just you are the whole show. Everything is just about you. The more you can lean into that, the more people seem to respond to that. And so at least for me, the biggest changes I've made is I don't do gaming. Not really. Like I'll do gaming every once in a while because I want to, and it always is terrible, but that's not the point. But you know, I only do streams that have very limited topics. When the topics are over, I'm done. Like I don't just stream for arbitrary amounts of time, which a lot of people do. They're like, oh, I'm going to go live today for like 3 hours. It's like, okay, but what are you going to do for those 3 hours? I don't follow that meta. I focus down so hard on what I am good at and developing new skills when I hit a ceiling. One of the reasons why I left, you know, VTuber education is I hit a ceiling.
Yeah.
And that wasn't enough for me. I needed to hit a higher ceiling, so I swapped genres. And to do that, I had to really change up my editing style to be not garbage. So
no, I get
that was like, that was a lot of experimentation with my own editing. Like, and if you watch the first lore video I ever made compared to, you know, the last one, they're in completely different worlds of watching. I don't know how anyone watched the first ones I made. They're terrible. But I was ready and willing to make a change. And that's the biggest thing that I think I've learned over the whole of content is being ready and willing to change through learning a new skill.
Sure.
It sucks. It's difficult. It's hard, but that's how you grow, is you have to be ready and willing to learn.
100% agree with you there. I think it's funny because, for me, answering this question is actually a little bit harder, because I don't really know. I feel like when I hit that plateau back in like August and I hit burnout, I spent the next couple of months stumbling, and now I'm back to that point again. So once I get past this point, I'll tell you. but like, I don't have a great answer. Adaptability is probably the best thing that I could say. Is willingness to try new things is the biggest piece of, I guess, improvement I've made. Is not just thriving on the one thing that I know works, and instead,
actually, you know what? That's actually, I'm actually going to change my answer to be a little bit more in line with yours.
Oh, okay.
Is not only being adaptable, but being willing to let the past die.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, you have to be able to stop doing something you enjoyed to find something new.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that would what I'd boil my answer down to.
Okay, perfect. I got him, guys. I got him. And then I'm gonna combine the next two questions because I feel like they're gonna help a lot to go together. One of them is one that you and I kind of talked about before, because I recently just had this issue of not thanking raiders when they came in. So thank you, Sakura Masaoki, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're doing a content clinic today with the lore cat himself. It's Raelice.
Wow.
Well said. Well said. So the two questions that I want to look at, it's from two different people, but I feel like one will bleed into the other. The first is by Lawnmower Girl. If you're not really able to stream games very well, what is a good way to utilize Twitch and growth strategy? I think it's just make other content. Like game.
Yeah, I was gonna say not be on Twitch, make videos.
Yeah. Yeah, because I saw other people mention it in chat too. Do you have to be a streamer to be a VTuber? And the answer is no. Like,
hell no.
You have to be a content creator. I mean, look at Fifi.
I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, because I mentioned that I streamed for a long time being a variety streamer. When I swapped to doing videos, I legitimately just stopped streaming for like 4 months. And guess what happened to my YouTube channel?
It exploded.
It grew a lot.
Yeah. Oh, so what's his name? Yuzuya.
Be a streamer.
Yuzuya just quit doing streaming to instead pursue their voice acting and channel content instead, but they're still a VTuber.
Yeah.
So
I think, okay, this is my bold take of the night. Most VTubers would be better content creators if they didn't stream. Not because they're not good streamers, like, or anything like that, but I think you really just don't understand the limited reach of a stream. I feel like YouTube VTubers understand this a lot better than Twitch VTubers. Just because like it's so easy to see on YouTube with this. But like one stream, like on a good day for me, just to put numbers to this so it can show people.
Sure.
Like my best stream I've ever had, 700 viewers in chat. Like that's the biggest number I've ever had. Has like 20,000 views on YouTube, which is good for a stream.
Yeah.
My most viewed video has 260,000.
There you go.
And fun fact, that video took less time to make than the stream that I streamed. So like the level of difference between those types of content is so astronomical. It's crazy.
Yeah. I've also been saying this a lot recently. In the content creation market, streaming is probably one of the least important things you can do. It's still like stream, I guess, but like making videos, making clips, making content on other platforms that are not Twitch is the best thing that you can do. Because so many people put way too much emphasis on, no, I gotta stream 7 days a week playing 8 hours of Valorant and not making clips. And I'm like, please. I know we keep harking on that, but there's so many people literally going, why can't I make affiliate? And that's why. Literally using TikTok and YouTube Shorts will get you affiliate within 3 weeks. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Just make fun content. Just have fun.
Streaming should be treated as a luxury.
Yeah.
For most people.
Yep.
I treat it as a luxury. If I think that my stream is going to stop me from getting a video out, I will cancel the stream. Like every time, 10 out of 10 times, if it comes down to I can make one or the other, the stream goes. Because,
absolutely.
Unfortunately, like videos are just that much better. And I love streaming. I love interacting with my community. But that's what I treat my streams as.
Yeah.
My streams aren't like I don't do what you do with yours and make them into like videos and things like that because like I really should. I just don't have the time to do it because I use streams as a way to connect with my community, and that's their whole purpose.
Yeah.
Like I have a lot of fun with them, but that's it. My primary focus is on videos and like the custom content that I make.
Well, I do it
and I think
partly because of Ludwig, because he just turns his streams into content, and I'm yoinking that idea and twisting it to what works for me.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. I just like, just for me personally, I found more benefit from, because I actually used to, believe it or not, I used to do that. I would, every stream I edited into a video, and some of those videos actually did pretty well. But for me, just instead of taking the time to edit down a stream, I just make a short, and that was my answer. But either way you do it, like it's still more valuable than streaming for most VTubers. Which is just,
it's just the truth.
It's just the sad truth.
It's a real thing that you do have to learn, but it also kind of leads into the second question that I kind of wanted to bring up from a separate asker, which was Will Vilder Art. And they say, how many trials and errors did it take you guys to get where you are now? I think a lot of people, myself included, live in this fantasy that every big content creator does exactly one thing from the start, and that they end up making them big, even though that's very much not reality.
For me, it's real easy. Well, for VTubing, if we're extending this back all the way, then that number's a lot bigger. But I guess maybe it's fair to go all the way back, because I was a League of Legends streamer for a long time. I actually made about 100 videos on League of Legends. I would do like patch breakdown, like they weren't very good. I would do edited highlights. I actually produce a lot. Okay, so just as an example for this, by the way, I have streamed 650 times on YouTube. About 200 of those are League of Legends streams from like 10 years ago.
That's insane to me.
Yeah. So, and then out of like, I'm actually just curious because I'm opening up my page. I have like 400 videos published on YouTube, and like 200 of them are League related. Like I only recently passed the sheer volume of VTubing content that I have.
Gosh,
compared to my League content.
That's so funny.
Like I went ham on this, and that did absolutely nothing for me. I swapped into trying to make a video game, which crushed my self-confidence, like we mentioned earlier. That did nothing for me. I went back to streaming, streamed Epic 7, which was a mobile game, for quite a while. Actually had a very active community because the game was small and I was good at math, so I could like formulate strategies for the game.
Numbers.
But even then, like, my concept has never been just streaming. I've always made videos to go with it. And so I've always been at least somewhat successful. But after Epic 7, I dabbled in Genshin Impact. After Genshin Impact, I was so determined that I was going to be a VR chat streamer. Tried it for 2 weeks, said, nope, screw this, moved on.
Dang.
Then I think at that point, we actually had our official 3D debut with my 3D model.
I didn't even know you had
that was
one.
my variety streamer arc.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the deep Raelice lore.
The deep Raelice lore.
The deeper Raelice lore is the Raelice, or the, how many female models that I had? Like 3 that I was messing around with because I could. That was when I was really into 3D. And then from there, it went to the live 2D human model Raelice. I'm still variety streaming at this point, but I started to lean a little bit heavier into like, not like news necessarily, but just more talking about like topical stuff that happened in the community, which I don't really consider myself a part of. I don't know. I'm like a weird bubble on the outside. That's weird. But then I completely swapped over to primarily education stuff, and that's when I started posting videos that were VTubing education related. Because I saw that VTube Studio was coming out on Steam, and I was like, you know what? There's a lot of VTube Studio tutorials. but it's about to re-release, and I'm gonna own this market.
There you
so
go.
I made a lot of videos about VTube Studio. And that was my education arc. And then Cat arc happened in the middle of education arc, where Cat kind of took over, and my streams evolved from strictly tutorial into very much informational about content creation in general. That's where I made a lot of things like I paid $11,000 to fail at VTubing. Fun fact, if you didn't know, I paid $11,000 to get into VTubing. I use exactly 2 things from that money spent to this day. Don't do that. Bad. Sylvia, I know you're still here. I'm the prime example. Spending money doesn't work. Just throw that out there.
Yes. Throwing money at the problem does not make it better.
Yeah. I made a lot of educational content. And then in February of last year, I was feeling really frustrated with educational content because I'd hit the ceiling. I was pulling the same amount of views as, and keep in mind, at this time, I was like 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is tiny. But I was matching like VTuber Senpai's views. I was matching Sapphire's views. I was matching Fofamit's views. Like bigger names in the VTubing educational sphere, I was matching them, which to me is like, uh-oh, that's bad. Uh-oh, that's the ceiling. You know, if I can match people who have follower counts multiple times mine, that's bad. I need to get out. I need to find something better.
I feel that.
So that's when I was like, okay, but I don't want to just swap now. I'm going to run some experiments. And actually, the whole lore thing was a video I was making on why people should make short form content. That was the original purpose. Was I was going to make a video of like, this is why you should make short form content. And then they blew up on TikTok, like 10,000 followers in a week, which for me at the time was huge.
Yeah.
Right.
I get you.
And then I was like, wait, this is really working. Do I make a jump completely? And because I was terrified about losing the audience I'd built up, but I was also like, but that number's so much bigger.
Yeah.
If I want to take this seriously, like I have to jump. And so I jumped ship. I super niche down into lore. I still tried doing some of the education stuff for a little while, but around June of last year, I was fully invested into lore. And that's kind of where we are today. So you can see it's been a many-year journey.
A lot of trial and error is the answer.
Yeah.
I will keep mine a little bit brief because it sounds like we've also had very similar backgrounds in terms of trying different things for content creation. I got into streaming in 2017 with speedrunning because I saw Games Done Quick, which is the biggest charity speedrunning event. Most people know it if they know speedrunning. Thought that I could do it. Got into speedrunning.
I forgot my speedrunner arc. That was like a 2-week short-lived thing.
You got out.
Celeste,
a good time.
baby.
Oh my god.
Celeste.
So I started with speedrunning and then played around with casual games for a little bit too. You know, the variety streamer arc. Got into making videos of things that I was passionate about, which was Power Rangers. I don't know why I got burnt out on Power Rangers. I think it was just every week I just was getting tired of it instead of enjoying it. Then started dipping toes into community-based games like Smash or Mario Kart, which, you know, had okay success for me at the time. Then started playing around with doing anime-based review content. Hated that because I started really getting hit by like the anime YouTube nonsense that everybody has dealt with. Many people don't know that I was an anti-tuber for a bit because I hide it very well. Then doubled down into speedrunning even more when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out. That was 100% the most success I'd ever had with speedrunning, as I was a multi-world record holder in multiple categories and actually made a name for myself in speedrunning. Then what? What?
Did you use a different Twitch name?
Nope, it's always been royzoga.
I'm gonna have to DM you about something after. I might know exactly who you are. Wait, hold on. This is triggering like a primal memory.
I've literally never used another name besides this. So
I used to watch Final Fantasy speedrunning.
Final Fantasy VII Remake specifically.
Yeah, the new. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna investigate this after stream.
Okay.
I might have watched you like a long time. Oh my gosh! Sorry, my brain is being overloaded right now.
I was a multi-world record holder for a long time, and I was in the forefront of that community for a long time. So if you watched it, you probably did know me at some point.
Probably seen you. Oh my gosh! Sorry, that just took me back. So I'm like, wait a second.
I ran it in some marathons too. I was at ESA for it, the European Speedrunners Assembly. So
that triggered like the biggest flashback of like, wait, hold on. Because I used to watch those. Okay. Wow. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right.
That was a neuron activation moment.
Hey, you're
for sure.
good. During that time, I also experimented in running a cooking and baking channel akin to Binging with Babish. That was when COVID first started, and I was like, I need a hobby, cooking and baking. And then I tried to run a channel called Baking Bites, and it was the hardest I'd ever worked in content creation ever, and the hardest I'd ever wanted to quit content creation ever. Because I did 8 weeks of 1 video a week and didn't have real big success with any of them. The shooting was like 5 to 7 hours long each time, and the editing process was like anywhere from 12 to 20 hours, depending on the complexity of the video. And I was doing that all while working a full-time job and full-time streaming, still doing FF7 remake stuff. So that was really bad. And then I hit a breaking point of FF7 remake and speedrunning where I was just like, I need a clean break, and I used VTubing as an escape for that. And I cut my entire audience, and I was like, I just need to do this for me. And I fucked around a lot with VTubing, didn't have an identity, pissed some people off, made some better friends, made amends. I talked about the whole lewd thing and coming back in full circle and embracing it again. And here we are after the cafe opened in January of last year. So lots of trial, lots of error. The biggest takeaway from all of this should be, please be willing to make mistakes, because if you are not in a place that you want to be, there's one of 2 outcomes. Either you will get to a place that you want to be, or you will still be in the place that you are now, which means either nothing changes or something does. And that's it.
And I'm a firm believer that every failure is also the absolute best learning opportunity.
Yep.
So
there you go.
Basically, you said it earlier yourself. The people who are at the top have made the most mistakes.
Yep.
So
I like it. All right. I think we've got like 2 or 3 questions left, and then I think we're done. Okay. One of them is just a comment of saying, ooh, looking forward to this content clinic. I agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
Miss Lala, if you're still in chat, I think I saw you earlier. Thank you for the kind words. This is an interesting one, and I do actually want to get your take on it because I'm planning a secondary channel myself. Should a creator create multiple channels for different types of content? Example, Twitch streamer posting their VODs to YouTube, YouTuber having a main channel and a gaming channel. If so, should one start doing this when they're small content creator or when they have a bigger fan base?
So I've experimented with this a little bit, and I don't think I'm big enough for my experiments to really matter yet to like know for sure. But the way it's kind of, I've watched a lot of creators talk about this who like Harris Heller, Sam Woodall, vidIQ, Film Booth, channel makers. Like there's a whole bunch of them. And I've kind of come to the realization as well, and I don't strictly stick to this, but I do think that there's a lot of value in separating your content.
Yep.
Because, and I think we've actually talked about this, if people don't know what to expect from your uploads, it can be very jarring of an experience. Now, I will put a caveat here that I don't think that
there it is again.
Where does it come from?
I don't know. Where did it go? Where did it come from? Raelice, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Red Riding Hat. I don't know where that coffee came from either, but Red Riding Hat, thanks for the 5 months.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh my gosh.
That chair will haunt me for the rest of my days.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh.
Exactly, Yagi.
To get back into the question, I think the main thing to think about with content is what your return viewers are going to see.
Yeah.
And I do think that there's a little bit of a differentiation for those of us who also stream on YouTube. People will just ignore streams for the most part. They won't unsubscribe because of them, but they're also not going to subscribe because of them, generally.
True.
So you can kind of do whatever you want on your streams because they're inherently different than your edited content.
Yep.
But for the most part, if you're going to be posting videos, you should keep them to the same theme.
Yep.
Like, that's one of the reasons there's been some awesome developments in VTubing that I actually want to talk about. And I'll talk about them on stream, and they would probably make good videos to put on my main channel. But I'm really focusing on lore on the main channel. And so that's one of the reasons why some of the new stuff that I've got planned is going on its own new channel. And like, it's because it's going to be different.
Yeah.
And your viewer, like your fans will follow you wherever you go for the most part.
True.
But it's really about, we kind of talked about this about earlier, is when you're trying to make content, you're not just making content for the people who already like you. You're making content for the people who are just finding you for the first time.
Yep. You're thinking of the 40 that aren't watching you instead of only the 20 that are.
Yeah. And so I've done a few critiques of other people's channels and that's my primary one, is like, if you guys come into my channel, like let's say you watch all my lore shorts and then I post an Apex Legends gameplay video, you're probably confused, like, what the hell is the cat doing? Right? Like that, they just clash with each other. It just doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And so like, if you subscribe for lore and you get shooty gun game, you're probably going to unsubscribe and not watch. And so it's all about curating your viewer experience to know what they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but you can post like related content, right? Like I would still feel comfortable releasing a video about, like, say, if V Shoujo dropped something big lore wise and I wanted to talk about it, I could still make a video about that and release it. In fact, I've done that, where instead of focusing on like Hololive Tempest lore, they made a really cool world, and so I talked about the world instead of the VTubers.
I remember that.
It's still like tangentially related.
Yeah.
So you can do related content, but if it's going to be something new, like, you got to put it somewhere else.
Yep, and that is what I'm planning on doing with mine.
People just don't care. Like,
no, I agree.
My assumption is that anyone who finds your video is someone who has a level of indifference to your content. So not giving them a reason to leave is the most important thing you can do.
Yes, 100% agree.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with Raelice. If the concepts are super disconnected from each other, then yeah, separate channels. But your main channel should always be similar to the stream style that you're doing. So like for me, my main YouTube content is pertaining to the cafe. It's what my shorts are. It's what my videos are about. Even in content clinics is like the tangential similarity, where we're still in the cafe and we're still talking. It's just about a different topic. So I can still use that. And some of my clips end up being solo clips, like, hey, I was playing Apex and I just thought this was cool, and Sylvie made it funny. And I can experiment with that once, but the bulk of it is everything else. Now, the other idea that I have that I can say is like, this is the different thing. I want to do my voice acting channel again and actually do it proper and experiment with voice acting and things like that. I don't want to say what, because I don't want to build up your expectations or spoil the surprise. But me doing voice acting experiment stuff does not really relate to the cafe. It has nothing to do with my live streams. I don't voice act characters on the stream unless I'm messing around. So it would not make sense for those projects to be on my main channel. So I will have a secondary channel specifically for that.
Yep.
So when it's like that, secondary channel. Absolutely. Okay. We've got 2 questions. But first, a simple one. How do you make cats like you more?
You don't.
True.
Look, we're going to like you or we're going to hate you, and you don't get a pick. And we get to change our mind on a whim. You have no power here.
True. Very true. Very true. Okay.
We will judge you, exactly.
Absolutely. I'm sad because they were here and I know they left, but Kaidi asked, Say your fields of interest fall outside the VTuber norm, and the people who are interested in them aren't usually VTuber fans. Any advice on how to bridge the gap? Like, if you're entertaining enough, is it possible to appeal to people who wouldn't be into VTubers otherwise?
Oh yeah, it's possible, but
I think it's difficult.
why would you?
Yeah.
My question is, if you're doing something that lies outside of the VTubing sphere, why do you need to be a VTuber to do it?
Yep.
Like, again, this harkens back to our whole discussion of like, you know, you have to have a reason to be a VTuber.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if you're doing content that would be like one, I'm going to use Onigiri as an example of a very niche person who's managed to do what you're talking about.
The exception,
like,
not the rule.
A VTuber cooking show?
Yeah.
How did she make that pot? Like, how? It doesn't make sense.
I love
like,
Gary.
She made it happen. So if you're really passionate about it, you can make it happen. But it's so much harder to do than, like, if you can do it without being a VTuber, I almost guarantee you will have more success.
I guarantee as well.
Like,
yep.
Again, I think in general, being a VTuber is a debuff, not a buff. So
I think that's
like,
fair.
I love it. I'm never changing it, but well, actually, I shouldn't say I'm never changing it. You never know.
You never know. It's similar to what I was saying before when someone was asking about the fighting game commentary stuff. There's not really a bridge gap there. Fighting games became incredibly on life support and almost niche during the boom of VTubing. So there's not a lot of spillover there. There's not really a reason why you would want to be a commentator who needs to go to events in person to, you know, the gap doesn't make sense. The spillover. You can do fighting game content, but like it's a oversaturated field, and we went over that and everything like that. But yeah, if you're getting into VTubing, you're getting into VTubing to make VTubing content. Oh,
you know what's funny?
Hit me.
I didn't even think about the fighting game community question from the aspect of being a VTuber. That makes it so much harder.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It makes it way harder.
Oh my gosh, that's so much. Okay, yeah. I was just thinking about like, oh, I'm just a person who wants to get into that, and then I'm like, I wasn't even thinking you were a VTuber. No, because being a VTuber, there's a reason why VTubers stick to their own like 99% of the time.
Yep.
Because, like, even just collabs between VTubers, we both get it. We're both VTubers. We know what's going on.
Yep.
The same cannot be said for, you know, normal streamers and their events that they put on. It just doesn't make sense.
Absolutely.
For VTubers to be there.
I will say, don't look at me June 3rd or June 2nd when Street Fighter 6 comes out and I put in like 12 hours in a single day on a stream. You know, it's not like I love Street Fighter or anything.
I will only be judging you somewhat harshly.
I love fighting games. Street Fighter 6 I'm super hyped for, but I'm biased in it in that I'm going to do it anyway knowing that it's probably not going to do well. That is my like don't do as I say, not as I do. I'm doing it because I want to and I'm stubborn and I want to play Street Fighter on stream. So
it's okay. You're just excited about it. I get it.
I am. Okay, last question, and I think this is actually a pretty cool question. What was the learning curve for when you started VTubing? I don't know what capacity they mean, but I guess what was how did you learn how to be a VTuber, or was there maybe a meta or things like that? I'm insinuating.
I'm pretty self-taught. I mean, you're talking to someone who literally made tutorials on how to be a VTuber. So I'm maybe not the best person for that question because I don't know. For most things in life, I don't ask other people. I Google it and figure it out. So there was a learning curve.
Fair.
But to get started, even back in the beginning, it really wasn't that hard to get into.
No, it really
like,
wasn't.
Unless you're talking about like the era before VC Face and before VTube Studio, then yeah, that was more technical and a little bit more different then. But like, if you want to try and compare that to a VTubing curve, like now,
Oh, they
it's
clarified
like
in chat.
non-existent. Oh,
They
okay.
said, oh, that's my question. I meant to, what were some things you didn't expect or you were surprised about when you first started? And I'm sure that Dr. Caliban will agree that there are probably lots of surprising things with the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. You're just in time for the last question of our content clinic here with Raelice the Lore Cat.
Howdy, howdy.
Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic stream. Caliban, I hope you had an amazing night. How are you? And thank you for bringing all these wonderful people over.
The thing I wasn't expecting was something I've kind of coined the debut dive of your immediate and drastic drop off in viewership after a debut. Still happens to this day.
Yes, it does.
To people. I think that was something I wasn't expecting because my first stream was a banger. And like, I didn't do anything for it. I had no followers on Twitter. I had no real follow. I think my YouTube had like 30 subscribers at the time. I had just broken off from my Twitch. I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. So like, for a 30 subscriber person to gain, 30 subs in a day, that was like, 500 view stream. Let's go. It was a debut. And then the next day it was like 10, Yeah. 10 views.
I got that.
That's probably in the very, very beginning. That's what I wasn't expecting. If I had to go a little bit more general, I would say I didn't expect people to just not give a crap about VTubers as much as they already don't.
Yeah.
Because
If you
again,
like that.
VTubing's weird.
It do in fact be weird.
To me, it's like any hobby that you really like. And it's a little jarring when the majority of people who will probably see your content just don't have that same passion about it, right? It was weird to adjust to because I was super excited about it, but learning and realizing that most normal people are at best indifferent to it. And so you really have to work hard to get their attention.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of me for like learning curves, I came from like speedrunning, which was not like a collab based activity, and towards the end of the life of Final Fantasy VII Remake speedrun, it felt like people were kind of like looking at different projects already. So like, of course there's still a speedrunning community, but like we weren't nearly as close as like when the game first came out. But like when I got into VTubing, VTubers were like, "You're a VTuber? That's awesome!" And like they were like, "We're friends now." And there are still aspects that feel like that to some capacity, and they shouldn't, but they do. I think it's cute and good that people can feel that camaraderie, but it isn't the healthiest thing for people to assume that just because, like, you and I, we're VTubers, but we're not the same kind of content creators. Like, we make very different content.
No.
And the learning curve of that, because I went from something where everybody was running the same game to, okay, I'm a VTuber. That means everybody else that's a VTuber I'm in the same community as, and I had to learn that that wasn't true. But also the importance of communicating and working with others. Whereas speedrunning wasn't like that because it was always a solo show. I never had to like collab. I never had to do anything like that. It was Roy all the time. And then VTubing was, I need to learn how to network. I need to learn what it means to be a VTuber, what it means to be in the air quotes VTubing community, but also to recognize that just because I'm a VTuber, I'm not the same as somebody else. And a lot of that was growing pains. Like I said, like when I messaged Kage, I made some real dumb, stupid mistakes when I first got into VTubing. So I would say, honestly, the first 4 months or so were me going from a face cam streamer to VTubing, having not really understood the community. So learning what that meant. That was hard.
You know, it's really interesting hearing your perspective, because you've been on Twitch the majority of the time, right?
Yeah.
See, I feel like I have just a weird, like a very different perspective from the community being on YouTube the whole time, because I have never once felt like I was a part of the community. I've been actively antagonistic towards it at times.
Understandable.
But like I've never had that moment of like, yeah, I'm a part of this, because I'd never felt that way. I felt more that way more recently than I have in the past, but I've never, like, the VTubing community, at least to me, is like, it's always felt like something that, kind of like you, that I felt like I needed to be a part of. And then once I interacted with it, it went terribly, and I kind of retreated back to my
no.
I'm like on the outskirts of the community. I'm like, but I don't know, it's kind of weird. Because I did the same thing. I tried to, you know, network with a lot of people.
For sure.
And I came to the different results as you. Is like, okay, I need to just stop caring about all of these people and do what I need to do myself. Which I did. I kind of, up until, I think it was January of November? Something like that. I didn't collab with anyone for about 2 years. I refused to. I was like, people would invite me every once in a while. I'd be like, nope, sorry, I just don't do collabs.
Yeah.
I
get that.
I had a very different growing up of my my experience, at least on YouTube, is I think a lot of this just boils down to how I felt from my own growing pains. Is I recognized I wasn't actually offering anything really to the people I was streaming with, or even to my own stream when I was doing all these collabs. And I had to figure out like what I was about. And only after I've like had the opportunity to figure out what I'm about have I felt comfortable to, you know, work with other people again.
I get you.
It's like, okay, I know what I'm about. You know what you're about. There's overlap here. We can work together. This would be a good time.
Yeah.
You know?
But you had to like discover that, right? Like it took you the time of basically taking 2 years of no collabs. It's funny though, because I had the exact same thing of you, where like I was just collabing for the sake of collabing, because it was like I thought it was an assumed expected thing in the VTubing community, because it's, hey, we're VTubers, we should do something together. So it was, all right, Dead by Daylight collab, or all right, Monster Prom collab, or all right, you know, and all these other things. And that learning curve is...
We have very different ideas about what collabs were supposed to be used for.
Yes, well, especially now, like, my mindset is completely different from what it was when I first got into VTubing. And I almost wish I could go back and punch myself in the face because of how dumb, cringe, and, like, not... Like, I played it so stupid. I feel like I could have made it so much farther if I knew what I knew now then.
I was just toxic in the beginning. Not like directly, but like I unabashedly and unreservedly used collabs to boost numbers. I mean, that was my entire purpose. Like, if I thought you would be a good addition, great, wonderful. But like that was the beginning and end.
Damn.
Look, okay.
No, I get you. Don't worry.
I was Cutthroat Cat.
You don't have to explain. I understand. I get it. I remember the Wild West of VTubing back in 2021.
I mean, I'm all okay. Maybe I don't need to admit this, but yeah, I did follow baiting back in the day.
No, Raelice! Oh no!
Look, this
oh
is past.
My goodness!
This is past life. We can pin it all on bad. I mean, I personally think that everyone has done something really bad.
True.
In the beginning.
True. I mean,
because I think, and that's actually been another really big growing experience, is just recognizing that, like, if people do something really shitty, it's not necessarily because they were out to screw you over. They just thought it was a good idea
Yep.
and saw only the positives, which in my case was like follow baiting. It was a net positive to me. And then I was like, wait a second, hold on. I'm an asshole. I need to stop doing this.
I get you. Just like I get
But,
Scorpiona Productions with the raid. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. We're just finishing up the
Hello,
content
Raiders.
clinic tonight with Raelice the Lore Cat.
But yeah, I don't know. It's there's a lot of bad practices I did way back in the day that I would probably get canceled for.
So long as
today.
you recognize them as being bad then and no longer do them now, I think that's the important thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the important thing.
I think a lot of people unintentionally do that, right? Is like you'll do something that like it seems like a good idea, and then you're like, immediately after you do it, you're like, oh, wait a second. Uh-oh, this is bad. No, can't do that again.
Yeah, I can't do another open call for who wants to join the cafe. Because of
oh no.
That is what led me to burnout. I had 3 months of content scheduled ahead of time. 3 months.
Good Lord.
I hated it. I was miserable, and it's what led me to burnout. So I definitely know what you mean, though.
Yeah.
But Raelice, is there anything else that you want to touch on that maybe we couldn't tonight? Maybe that it didn't get asked as a question, or just something that you want to mention. I do have one thing if you don't.
If I had to emphasize one thing about anything we've talked about tonight, is don't be afraid to stop streaming and do other forms of content instead.
I like that. I like that a lot.
That's probably the one. If people only took away one thing from what I think is a good idea and they followed that advice, I would be happy.
Nice. So this isn't so much as a piece of advice as it is a way that I handle things. And I think I said this 2 nights ago on stream when during the spicy time. So it may have gotten lost in the fact that there was a lot of spice on screen. But I was talking about how negative social media has been in the month of February, especially with everything that's been going on, graduations happening, hot takes, just situations in general. And I am of the opinion that there are sometimes, if there is a popular opinion out there, sometimes you just don't need to add to it. If you agree with them, especially, if there's 100 people saying the same thing and saying it loudly, you don't need to be 101. Especially on things like Twitter. I've seen so many posts in the past 2 or 3 weeks where people are like, Twitter is so miserable. Twitter is so, negative. Like, I can't handle this. And I laugh because I went back and looked at my Twitter feed. And you can do this too, Raelice, if you want to just scroll down mine. But mine is literally like, it's like art, stream advertisements or idea advertisements, like tonight's type stream, more art, more stream idea advertisements, celebrating hitting milestones, people buying me things off Throne, me talking about something positive, content that I made, like clips or videos, and that's about it. That's all I post.
Yeah.
And if you want to see more positivity in social aspects like Twitter, be the positivity. Be the change that you want to see. And maybe double think about what you're about to tweet or post, because maybe you don't need to. If there's 100 other people saying it already, you probably don't need to be the 101st. Especially if it is a loud and negative topic. Because you might not be saying it for the right reasons at that point, honestly.
I just out of curiosity, I was just looking through my own feed. It's pretty much the same as yours. I did weigh in on one Twitter topic. I said, if Twitter's making you depressed, close the app and work on something.
Yes! I actually did say that once too. I was like, that's enough Twitter for today. I'm going to be productive or work on content. I said that a couple days ago.
Yeah.
That is something I will say though. Jeff, definitely like, don't put so much emphasis and onus on something like Twitter. Go there and have fun and be the change that you want to see. If you're tired of seeing people negative post, you can block them, you can mute them, you can unfollow them, curate your feed. If If you want to see cute anime bunny boys in provocative feminine clothing, follow me. That's that's the easiest way. Oh my goodness.
It's true. I've seen the timeline.
Oh, it's very true. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Because I haven't even posted the spicy stuff yet that'll probably make people either unfollow me or say some really apocalyptic stuff. So I'm getting ready for that part.
Oh, that just sounds wonderful.
I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry for the people that are like, more SFW. You mean that wasn't the spicy tweet? No, there's some spice from the Tuesday stream that has not been tweeted yet that I think I need to like build up to, because I don't even have the confidence in myself of posting it yet, where I'm kind of just like, I'm gonna wait a few days before I post this and kind of like work my way up with some other fun, wholesome art. But Raelice, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I really do appreciate you sitting down and talking to me about content creation, because it has been a hell of a journey that it sounds like we've both had.
It's true. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Where can everybody find you next? When are you streaming next and or making some sort of content next?
I am streaming on Saturday over on youtube.com/Raelice.
Let's go.
I'm guessing people's lore again. It's going to be good fun. It's always a good fun time.
Hell yeah. That sounds like a great time. I would have posted mine in there, but my lore is being created. So it doesn't exist yet. Regardless, guys, thank you again. I will be back on Saturday. We're going to be playing Hi-Fi Rush, which is not something that I do normally. I have not been playing games very much, but I'm experimenting with a new type of playing game and new energy to bring to the field, as recommended to me by many other content creators that are trying to help me grow. So definitely be on the lookout for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and raid Poppy, who is celebrating getting into his new home for the first time. So if you want to participate, if you want to participate in the raid, choose the following raid command. If you're not a sub, you still want to participate, choose the secondary raid command. Guys, I will see you on Saturday. Have you a great night. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.